Father, we pray this morning. We hand everything over unto you, Lord. Take preeminence in Jesus' name. Have your way in this gathering. Let your name be honored. Let your name be glorified. Let your name be praised. At the end of this gathering, we shall have full cause to glorify your holy name. In the name of God the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. In Jesus' mighty name we have prayed. Hallelujah. Let's have a seat.
Up LASPPAN, we want to have the national anthem. Shall we rise? We are going to sing it together. 1, 2, go. Arise, O compatriots, Nigeria's call obey, to serve our fatherland with love and strength and faith. The labor of our heroes past shall never be in vain. To serve without our might, one nation born in freedom, peace and unity. Amen. Shall we have the LASPPAN anthem? La 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 la, la 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 la. 2, 4, go. Ẹgbẹ́ òní fọ̀tògbélẹ̀ jákèjádò ìlú Èkó, àdúpẹ́ fún Bàbá lókè tó dẹ̀gbẹ́ yìí sílẹ̀ fún wa. Ká parapọ̀, ká sowọ́pọ̀, Olúwa yóò ràn wá lọ́wọ́. Dídùn dídùn nílé oyin, adùn fọ́tò yóò kárí wa. La 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 la. Let's join our hands together. 2, 4, go. We are Lagos for photographers. We are partners in business. We are brothers. We are sisters. We are family. We are family. We are one. We are family, family, family. We are up LASPPAN, up Lagos State, Ladies Wing, Task Force, Men's Wing. God bless you all. You may have your seats. We thank God for this wonderful privilege to be among those that will celebrate the 55 years anniversary of Lagos State Professional Photographers Association. For this, I want us to wave our hand to the Lord and say, Father, we thank you for today. Thank you for today. Thank you for today. So it is my privilege and honor to also honor those that I've been working with, those that I retire from to the high table. They are the one to anchor the first session. And so it is a privilege to call on the head of Public Affairs Department, Ministry of Health, Wealth Creation. And so I call on Mr. Wale, Commerce, Industry and Cooperative. Please, better. Commerce, Industry and Cooperative. Can you have your seat here? Second seat. Yes. Aha. I now call on the Director, Creative Arts, in person of Mrs. Bisi Omojari. Thank you. Next is my brother, my colleague, my friend. And so, it is a great honor to have you in our midst. And so, I call on Mr. Tunde Dauda to please move to the high table. Up Lagos State. And so, we cannot have this panel, these special people. And so it is my privilege to call on the governor himself to come to the high table as he takes over the affair of this first session in person of Aremo Olukayode Gbosiba, the Olumodon the first. Aha. Okay, sir, you are promoted. My Oga said he will prefer that place. Shift. At the edge so that you can get up all the time. Thank you, sir, for that honor. So, Mr. Dauda, I'm with you. Pardon me. The welcome address will be given by the governor.
Okay. Up LASPPAN. Professional background. Up LASPPAN. Ladies wing. Task force. And then men's forum is maturity. All right. We shall see that in the course of this. 5 years ago, we celebrated LASPPAN at 50. It was a very big affair. And we had that at Mimaya Event Center, Ojota. But 5 years after, some 2 months back, we were actually 55 in May. 2 months back, LASPPAN clocked 55. Because of the crisis, the financial crisis in January and February, we had to postpone. We moved it forward. And we now found that dates available were only in July, August. So we have settled for today, tomorrow, and Friday. LASPPAN at 55 is a 3-day event. Today is the first day. We are looking at photography from 3 perspectives. We are going to look at the business of photography. We are going to look at funding the creatives in the industry. And then we are going to also look at how we can help them or how they can manage their resources and everything that they have. That's what's going to happen today. Tomorrow is the youth forum. Young men and women in the industry are going to be here tomorrow. And, the youth, we have a lot of youth in LASPPAN. Because without the youths anyway, as we have told ourselves, the elders, we don't have a future without the youth. So we have more than probably 300 photographers coming in here tomorrow from different states and across different media houses. We'll have them tomorrow. And on Friday, that's the grand finale. It's the final of all the finals. We are going to celebrate those that started this association, those that are still alive, of course. And other kings, we call them lords, and kings, where we can call them dons in the industry. We are going to have a lot of them. We are going to celebrate them. And of course, we also use the privilege or the opportunity provided to celebrate LASPPAN itself at 55. We'll give out awards and all that. So for today, this is actually divided into 3 segments. We are in the first segment that has to do with the government officials. Those are the ones moderating LASPPAN. Without their license, LASPPAN cannot exist. Without going through all the protocol, we will not be recognized by the government. That's why we can work across the different ministries in Alausa. And of course, we know that the moderating ministry for all artisans in Lagos State is the Ministry of Wealth Creation and Employment. And that's where my Oga here at the top, my Oga, my friend. We've been friends. God knows how long we've been friends. And they're all here. And of course, we have 3 ministries here. It's actually a privilege. And it's an opportunity, really, to have you here. We are not taking it for granted at all. Please, do accept us the way we are in this time, everybody say country hard. Make country no hard too much. But it's not an excuse not to perform. So that's why we have taken this low key as it is. But in spite of that, sirs and madam, you will agree that the aesthetics of this place, with this screen and everything, shows the maturity of the association. Officially, we are 55. But the association started 10 years earlier than that. So probably around 65, 66. It started in the 50s. Those babas have passed on. So they handed to us. This is the fifth regime since inception. So we want to say thank you. And I'm sure that you are going to have an exciting time with us. I also would like to make, quote and unquote, an excuse. The place is filling up. We have a lot of people on assignment. It's going to fill up in the course of time. So just pardon us. And I want to also thank the media people. Thank you because you heeded our call and you did not disappoint us. We've had occasions in the past, not you, that we've had disappointment with people that we invited. So, and I want to thank my people that are here. Quite a number are still on the way. But beyond that, I also want to recognize our sponsors. We have majorly here, inside this place, we have Indigo Digital, Indigo Photo Speed. Otumba, can you please step forward? Otumba, please step forward. Let me show you off. This is Otumba Anthony Isaac. He's the patron of the association. He's also the major sponsor. And it's actually double Otumba. Right now, he has been ordained since 2018. In December, we are doing one in Lagos, another Otumba for him on the mainland. We will tell you this when the time comes. But we know. So that's it. So this is the major sponsor. We want to say thank you to him because really he has spent more than tens of millions on us. I can tell you straight away. This all, a lot of things. I mean, he's been sponsoring us. He's a patron. And he's been doing the work of patron. So, Otumba, the Lord will strengthen you, give you grace. Your companies will begin to grow. And very soon, you will have addition to it so that you expand your coast and territory. So, I appreciate you. The Lord bless you. Thank you so much, Otumba. Please, there's Canon rep. Canon. Please help me to call him. Then we have other people too, Otumba. Fuji. Okay. Okay. Okay, so is it here? Let me quickly just welcome him. Please tell me to call them so that after that we'll start, because when somebody has given you money and they have done this kind of thing, we need to appreciate them. We need to let them know that they are very, very important. It's no mean thing. No, if you know how much has gone here. Please, sir, do step forward, sir. Technowa. Welcome, sir.
Thank you.
On behalf of the Board of Trustees of Lagos State Professional Photographers, I want to say thank you, sir, for supporting this program, for supporting us, for supporting Otumba. We appreciate you. Please tell the management that we appreciate what they've done, and we will remain loyal and faithful. We will continue to use your product so that you continue to also support us. Thank you, sir.
I just want to say one word.
Yes, sir, please.
I'm not here just to promote my product. Yeah. I want to give the photographers the best product which I feel is available in the market. That's what I want to say. I don't want to just sell and promote my product or something. I just want to put a product to you which will give you the best benefit and best output out of your photography efforts, which will enhance your products. We will have a presentation after 1 hour where our technical team, we are from India, and this company is from India who are supplying here, and we are their distributors. So you will get a good overview about our product and what benefits you will get out of when you will use our products. Thank you for that.
Thank you so much, sir. And I also have here, this is my young friend. You see, we have said it. The youths own the future. Any association that does not allow youth to grow, very soon the thing will die you. This man is representing a very powerful company. Timber, Caliber, Coconut, Iroko, and name it. You know, there's only one Canon in the whole world. When I was growing up, years back, probably over 5 decades, I've had the name Canon. I was just curious. And today, I'm also one of the users of their product. Virtually all my equipment is Canon. It's been Canon. And we spoke with them rather late. But in spite of that, they took the pains to come. They honored us, and that's why they are here with their products and explanation of everything aside. Can you just give us a minute or two and tell us?
Yeah, hi everyone. Good morning. My name is Lucky. I work with Canon. Yeah, so basically today what we're doing is to be able to, first I would say thank you all for you being able to use our products, because without you guys we will not be here today. We really appreciate you. We have our stand outside for those who will be willing to check out our models. We have some models you can check out, and we'll also put you through. If you have your ideas, what we should do better, we have other new technologies coming in over the new months, and we hope to actually help you capture more moments, because we know the beauty of using every product is to be able to capture moments that we would always remember, if not today, but even in the nearest future, so as to not forget all of that. So I urge you all to step outside when you're free, to always check out our products. Go online, we have our pages you can check out from us. Then thank you also, sir, for giving us the opportunity to be here today. Really appreciate it, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Millionaires don't talk too much. They will just say one or two things in 1 minute. That's all. But then that's just it. I want to welcome everybody officially to the series of events we have for the next 3 days. So welcome, and thank you for coming. The Lord bless you big time.
Up LASPPAN. Well, you are going to allow me to ride on the protocol initially established by my colleague from the Ministry of Commerce, Industry, and Cooperatives. Well, I shouldn't wear the cap of a visitor in this event, because we've been together like forever, and we'll be moving together from Ministry of Commerce. When the mandate to regulate activities of registered tradesmen and artisan associations was in the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, then we were together. And upon the establishment of Ministry of Work, Creation and Employment, we were moved alongside our associations. Honestly speaking, 55 years, that is a while. How many of us are 55 here? Certainly not me. I'm not 55 yet. That means this association is older than over 90% of us here. So I want us to please rise up and give this association a resounding round of applause that it deserves. Thank you, thank you, thank you. For an association to have existed for that long, that means they have weathered the storm. I mean, it's not easy. Especially now that most associations die within their first 10 years. I give kudos to all those that have piloted the affairs of the association up to this level. And you will agree with me that the government of Lagos State actually did a bit to ensure that this association is as big and as strong as it is today. So while you are seated, please give another round of applause to the government of Lagos State. Because right now, the only photographers association that is recognized by the government of Lagos State is LASPPAN. So you can only get better. So I also have the speech of the permanent secretary, Because now you know that cabinet has not been formed. No commissioners, no special advisors yet. So our permanent secretaries are very busy as it is. They are not here physically, but in spirit, they are here with you. So I also have the speech of the permanent secretary, Ministry of Wealth Creation and Employment, which is the ministry that relates directly with all registered tradesmen and artisans associations in Lagos State. I read, I am particularly delighted to be here today as a guest speaker at this edition of the annual conference and exhibition, come 55th anniversary of our association. I can use our because together we are in this developmental stride together. So, which also coincides with the 55th anniversary celebration of our great association. Let me use this opportunity to congratulate and appreciate the association's ESCO for putting together this laudable event. No doubt, this is aimed at reviewing progress. I reckon this conference was not just organized for the optics. There must have been a meaning behind it. It is a unique opportunity for you to review progress, especially within the corresponding period. So I want to believe that at the end of the entire program, everybody here will be better educated in our chosen vocation. So this is an opportunity to review progress in the corresponding period, taking a second and realistic look at growth curtailing factors and coming up with innovative solutions to the rapidly changing dynamics in photography. If there is any association that I know that is challenged with change, it is photography. We deal with a lot of associations, and some of associations we deal with do not have issues with evolution. They do not have issues with change in time. But photography, almost everybody that has a phone now is a photographer, isn't it? So for you that have chosen to earn a living from that particular vocation, that means you must do things differently. Otherwise, you'll be left out of the scheme of things. So I'm very sure that the head that was used to establish this association 55 years ago is not the same head that you are using today. So I really feel very delighted speaking to you because I know that the dynamism of our time is a challenge to you as a group of people. So I believe that this is one of the things that this program will address. I'm not going to look away from our partners. We are with LASPPAN, so I can say our partners. Because even as a government, we recognize the fact that we cannot do it alone. There is no single organization or establishment that can just beat to say, I have solutions to all the myriad of unemployment issues in the state. So for you doing the heavy lifting alongside with our association, we appreciate you, and we pray that you get reward for your investment. So on behalf of Lagos State Government, I say thank you. So going by the theme, the roles of the ministry and the association, institutionalizing photography
takes pride in its high-quality photo book production.
It is pertinent to emphasize the importance of collaborations. My colleague also alluded to that. We place premium on collaborations. So it is pertinent to emphasize the importance of collaboration in finding a common ground in the wealth creation landscape. Obviously, government alone cannot provide solutions to the myriad of unemployment challenges confronting the state, which is occasioned by the influx into the state on a daily basis. different categories of job seekers who see Lagos as a land of opportunities. On a daily basis, you and I can have an idea of the number of people that flow into Lagos. If you are out of school in the north and you are a bit enlightened and educated, the first place that comes to your mind is go to Lagos. There is hardly any family across the country that does not have a representative in Lagos. So you only have somebody to go and stay with in Lagos. That actually overstretches our resources. But even at that, we are responsive. Therefore, rather than developing apathy or throwing up our hands in total submission to the reality, the Ministry of Work, Creation and Employment was established with a statutory responsibility to build and develop the capacity of entrepreneurs with potentials to become champions. Given that potentials alone do not necessarily translate to greatness, do you all agree with me? You need to be great. You need more than potentials. There are other things you need to support your potentials to get to that height. So we recognize the importance of working closely with registered associations, relevant stakeholders, and professionals for a better understanding of areas of intervention. Today, I deal with well over 100 associations. How do I know their challenges if we do not relate with the practitioners? I cannot assume that the challenges that welders are facing, the challenges that aluminum fabricators are facing, the challenges that computer technicians are facing are what photographers are facing. It's to that extent that we encourage all practitioners to form themselves into associations, such that whatever program that is designed for each association will cascade to the smallest level. So being together as a group under Lagos State Professional Photographers Association is not a waste of time. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the ministry and LASPPAN, through constructive thinking, can synergize and play complementary roles in achieving the following. 1, activating the dreams of photographers. There is hardly anyone among you that doesn't have a dream. I want to tell you that your profession is such that can take you to whatever height you desire to get to. But you also need institutional support to actualize your dream. So the government of Lagos State, in collaboration with LASPPAN and other professionals, are poised to ensure that we provide the necessary support to make you actualize your dreams. Then we are also available and capable in assisting in developing the problem-solving power and capacity of members. What is going to distinguish you is your problem-solving ability. The president of the association, Mr. Bosibo, you are the president of the association. Bosibo, you are the president of the association. And I can tell you, maybe you want to agree with me, that you are not necessarily the most read, the most educated here. You are not necessarily the richest here. You are not necessarily the biggest. But one thing that everyone expects of you is a superior problem-solving ability as the president. So in our respective businesses, we must sharpen our problem-solving abilities. Challenges will come. In our local parlance, they say problem no dey end. But you must have superior problem-solving abilities, and that is part of what will help you in your business. It's part of the reasons why we organize our trainings, capacity building trainings, to see you through your challenges. They're converting potentials to greatness. I spoke about that initially. Empowering startups in photography. Startups. Because some people will start, and just 6 or 8 months into it, they want to drop. Because of the normal teething challenges that are associated with small businesses. Lagos State government is doing a lot, especially in the space of ease of doing business, because we reckon that over 3/4 of new businesses die within their first 3 years. We are not going to sit down, fold our hands, and watch small businesses die. Most of the countries we run to today, the economies of those countries are handled by small businesses, not the corporate corporations. So if we refuse to assist small businesses, that means it's going to have a negative effect on the economy of Lagos State. So we are also poised to help startups among you. Then entrepreneurship development, skill acquisition, access to funds at marginal interest rate. Institutionalizing photography cannot be achieved by mere desire or pronouncements. I want us to see this thing beyond mere pronouncement, beyond mere desire, beyond you just sitting and praying. I was at a function somewhere, and the facilitator was speaking, sarcastically though, that I heard that in Nigeria, if you don't want things to fail, all you need to do is to pray. That was an insult to us. That means we don't do other things. We don't do preparations. We don't read. We don't do a lot. We don't plan. The only thing we do is just pray and it will... No, that was sarcastic. And that is synonymous with a challenge in Nigeria. So institutionalizing this profession goes beyond mere desire. And I guess I'm speaking to the ESCO of the association. It goes beyond desire, pronouncement, and prayer. There must be deliberate actions towards that. So this can only be achieved through deliberate and concerted effort to reconnect practitioners with the reality in their space. If you are not in tune with the reality in photography, you can only be broke, backward. You'll be busy, but you can be broke and backward if you are not in tune with the reality. So nowadays, nobody's talking about seriously working hard, energy, moving from one place to another. It's about working smart. So if you are not in tune with modern realities in photography, you'll just be busy, but broke and backward. And that is not what government of Lagos State want for you. So in effect, with a view to instigating, this conference, I believe, should engender networking. I don't know if that is part of what you have woven into this program. Networking is germane. So, networking with associates and professionals with a view to instigating a growth mindset in tandem with dynamics in photography that transcend the traditional point and shoot. Photography now has gone beyond just point and shoot. Today, they can work on the background. They can work on your complexion. You can work on a few other things beyond you just stand there and shoot. What we used to know about photography. So I believe that this conference should also speak to that. So, in effect, it's not just being in business. Let me remind you again, it's not just being in business that matters, but standing out among your associates and competitors through fine-tuning your business activities in line with global best practices. It also involves acquiring necessary skills through training and retraining. Success in business, therefore, will be propelled when integrity, accountability, and total quality service delivery are applied. I don't want you to look away from this tripod. Integrity, accountability, and quality service delivery. If all these are applied on a daily basis, the sky will be the limit, will just be the beginning for your business. So it is important to note that life pays not for hard work alone, but productivity. All we want for you is not so much of hard work, but productivity. And that is what pays. That is what life pays for, not hard work alone. Finally, this is a charge now from the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Work, Creation and Employment. It is time to challenge status quo. You must learn to do things differently. You must move away from the norm. Okay, Bashiman Sheni has been like that and all of that. No, there are superior ways of doing things. Today, innovation is not about you creating new things. Innovation is about you finding superior solutions to issues. And you can only achieve that if you challenge status quo. So, it is time to challenge status quo, break limitations, conquer your fears. Fears may be the reason why most of us are not taking risk. I don't want to lose it. I don't want to do it. But let me tell you, the richest people in Nigeria and the world today are the greatest risk takers we know. But we are not saying that you should go about taking uncalculated risks. But you must be ready to take risk. Besides, if not, you will not conquer your fears. I've said that you must be innovative. Similarly, besides being innovative, I charge you to be disciplined. Discipline is exactly what takes you to excellence. Without discipline, you cannot attain excellence. No shortcut about that. Then you must be consistent. I want us to take note of that. People should say, okay, if that man says, if that photographer is coming by 5, he will be here. If you get to his office, by 9, he must have been at his office. That is consistency, and it's a positive narrative around you and your business. So take note of that. Then you must be honest. That is very scarce now among Nigerians. I'm a Nigerian and I'm competent to talk about that. That honesty is what is lacking. So you should be honest. Be patient. Don't go opportunity hopping. This is what somebody is doing. Opportunity, you run, you do it. And that, you heard that someone is doing this again. You do it. That is opportunity hopping. It doesn't necessarily translate to wealth. Then you build your self-confidence. You must build your self-confidence. Your self-confidence is everything about you. Is what describes you. From the way you are seated, from the way you talk. I joined an organization. And with my wealth of experience, do you know that they told me that irrespective of where you are coming from, you still have to go through our training. We're taking through comportment, courtesy, and all of that. Body language in handshake, the way you look at people, you communicate. You see, even when you are approaching your client, every client appreciates a confident customer. You look straight. You don't just do like this. You don't fold your hands and all of that. So these are things that communicate what you carry. Don't carry a self-defeatist. Successful people don't like weaklings. They don't like weak people. If you have big clients that you are working with, the self-confidence, it starts with your posture. Your posture is part of your personality. As a photographer, you stand straight, you walk straight towards your client. You look straight into his eyes when you're talking. Not necessarily raising your chin. That may be taken for arrogance. If you go through a course like that, different body languages communicate different things about you. I love people that are confident. And that's what I want for you. There was a day we went for a PTA meeting with my children. A row was reserved for pupils of the school. I got there, being the PTA chairman then, I got there a lot earlier with my children. When my children got there, they sat at the back. I was mad. This place was reserved for pupils. You got here before your mate and you sat at the back. Are you sure I'm your father? I said, this is unacceptable. You got here before them, you should sit at the front. Anybody that comes before you, sit behind you. I didn't know that other parents were seeing what I was doing, and in the course of the meeting, they had to address it, and they said that was part of what they wanted parents to be doing for their children. Teachers cannot be doing that alone. That is a self-esteem issue. And I had to address it, and since then, they have changed. So you also, as a professional, be self-confident. And I pray that we'll be rewarded in due course. So if you must stay relevant in the rapidly changing world of photography, you must imbibe all I have said. So on this note, on behalf of the Permanent Secretary and members of staff of Ministry of Wealth Creation and Employment, I wish you a fruitful deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Up, LASPPAN. That's true, sir. Sir, we want to make a humble request. If we can have that speech, be it the soft copy or the hard copy, can we have it? Please, please. God bless you, sir. Up, LASPPAN. See, gold are sold to those who knows the quality of gold. This man that spoke last has been with us for a long time. So we don't expect him to speak less than what he has said. Let's jam our hands together for him again. He said something, and I remember that also made me to be confident when I was working with the government. He said, you must be yourself. Be confident. Be yourself. Have that confidence. The moment you have the camera with you, I touch the wife of His Excellency anyhow I like. He can bear me witness. I say, Your Excellency, please, can you? You see, you have that because you are with your camera. It's like you are with your mic. I used to tell my colleagues in the church, when you are with the mic, you can command your parents, shall we go on our knees? Everybody will obey you. So the moment you are with your camera, you are on top there. So you command, they obey you. Let's jam our hands for our profession. The first session has just ended. We are going out for group photograph. And when we come back for the the second session immediately. Please bear with us. On behalf of LASPPAN, I say thank you very much for coming, for honoring our invitation. Please extend our appreciation to the permanent secretaries of the two ministries. God bless you, sir. Group photograph, please, with the guests. Yes. Is it here or outside?
Using the latest cutting-edge printing technology.
Let's have it here so that it will save time.
Our photo books and synthetic albums come in 3 different packages, including basic, standard, and premium.
The ESCO, please,
Contact
come
us
out.
for price
The
ranges.
ESCO that are around.
Now, you can book our services by WhatsApp at 081-541-11000.
Sir,
or email us at photospeedphotobook@gmail.com and get them delivered right at your location all over Nigeria. PhotoSpeed, trusted printing partner for professional photographers in Nigeria.
Let Baba also join. Sir, this is a historic photograph. Sir, join. This is your section.
The HP Indigo 5600 digital press is a versatile press that delivers industry-leading digital offset quality for commercial printing.
Yes.
Featuring the widest media range in its class,
this
press is compatible with more than 2,500 certified substrates and offers the highest color consistency and uniformity. With the new one-shot color technology, you can now print on synthetic substrates, and new sensors enable using dark and transparent substrates combined with HP Indigo Electro Ink White. HP Electro Ink provides the look and feel of offset with 7 ink stations and a wide color gamut. You can also capture security applications using HP Indigo Electro Ink UV Red. You'll see fast results in color or monochrome with up to 90 full color pages per minute in enhanced productivity mode. And you'll benefit from Indigo's robust duty cycle. This press is designed with the environment in mind at every stage, from manufacturing to end of life. The HP Indigo 5600 digital press, built on a proven platform that delivers consistently high quality and productivity.
Are you a professional photographer in Nigeria? Wish to have a stunning wedding photo album or frame photo enlargement? Here is the right place. Indigo Digital Photo Lab, winner of African Quality Achievement Award and pace-setter of photography printing industry in Nigeria. The one and only lab using very sophisticated HP Indigo 5600 synthetic album machine in Nigeria and the very first synthetic photo book production unit in Nigeria. Indigo offers photo printings, photo framings, frameless wooden photo frames, frameless acrylic photo frames, canvas photo printings, split panel canvas prints, production of lay flat regular PVC photo books, and non-tearable synthetic albums. Indigo takes pride in high quality photo printing using latest electro ink printing technology and exquisite handmade photo book with trained and highly skilled team members. Indigo has varieties of photo albums, synthetic sleek photo book, synthetic pet deluxe photo book, and many other unique photo book products. Synthetic high gloss and synthetic deep feather wedding photo albums are the most traditional and formal style of the new generation. Premium package includes main photo album, miniature album, wall calendar, and semi-wooden customized suitcase. To get our services online, WhatsApp us at 0903-000-2505 or email us at indigoPhotobook@gmail.com and get them delivered right at your location all over Nigeria. Indigo Digital Central Lab is located in Ikeja, Lagos, and branches are in Maryland, Obalende, Onisha, Warri, and Abuja. Not a photographer planning for your wedding? Ask your photographer to get Indigo Photo Book for you. Trusted printing partner for professional photographers in Nigeria. Thank you for choosing Indigo. you a professional photographer in Nigeria, wish to have a stunning wedding photo album or frame photo enlargement? Here is the right place. Indigo Digital Photo Lab, winner of African Quality Achievement Award and pacesetter of photography printing industry in Nigeria. The one and only lab using very sophisticated HP Indigo 5600 synthetic album machine in Nigeria and the very first synthetic photo book production unit in Nigeria. Indigo offers photo printings, photo framings, frameless wooden photo frames, frameless acrylic photo frames, canvas photo printings, split panel canvas prints, production of lay flat regular PVC photo books, and non-tearable synthetic albums. Indigo takes pride in high quality photo printing using latest electro ink printing technology and exquisite handmade photo book with trained and highly skilled team members. Indigo has varieties of photo albums, synthetic sleek photo book, synthetic pet deluxe photo book, and many other unique photo book products. Synthetic high gloss and synthetic deep feather wedding photo albums are the most traditional and formal style of the new generation. Synthetic high gloss and synthetic deep feather wedding photo albums are the most traditional and formal style of the new generation. Premium package includes main photo album, miniature album, wall calendar, and semi-wooden customized suitcase. To get our services online, WhatsApp us at 0903-000-2505 or email us at indigophotobook@gmail.com and get them delivered right at your location all over Nigeria. Indigo Digital Central Lab is located in Ikeja, Lagos, and branches are in Maryland, Obalende, Onisha, Warri, and Abuja. Not a photographer planning for your wedding? Ask your photographer to get Indigo Photo Book for you. Indigo Digital, trusted printing partner for professional photographers in Nigeria.
As they now take their seat to their respective offices. Okay, Yakubu, can you come over to the mic so that we commence the next stage immediately? I want to see them off.
I want to arrange the stage first.
How about this? It's meant for them.
The panelists is here. Panelists are here. Sorry. Up LASPPAN. Up LASPPAN. Up Lagos State. So we are going to begin the next session. So now we are going to discuss the art, photography as an art. How do we use photography as a medium to express ourselves, especially in connection with culture and international integration? So to do that, our madam is here from the Ministry of Tourism, Art and Culture. She's going to do that. So before we do that, let's set the stage first. Thank you. So we'll set the stage for them. And our speaker too from the Lele Institute. So we'll introduce them officially, but let's set the stage first. Thank you. Up LASPPAN. Up LASPPAN. So now we start the first panel session. So we have 3 sessions. So we're going to start the first panel sessions. So the theme of this session is enhancing photography as an art through culture for national and international integration and collaboration. So we're going to invite our speakers to the high table. So we're having 2 speakers. There are supposed to be 4, but unfortunately, Goethe Institute was supposed to be here. The madam had an urgent assignment, so she couldn't come. And also, France and Lancet was supposed to be here. The lady was, because they are going for summer now, so most of them are going for summer. She was supposed to come back the day before yesterday. She missed her flight, so they all sent their apologies, please. So, but today we're going to be represented here by our madam from the Ministry of Tourism, Art and Culture, Director of Creative, Madam Bisi. You're welcome, ma'am. Thank you. Also, our next member is Mr. Chukwudi Omenere, from an instructor from the Lele Institute. You're welcome, sir. Up LASPPAN. So our moderator was supposed to be Mr. Paul, our lecturer from LASVEB, but unfortunately he's on the way. So not to waste our time, so I will just hold in for him, pending when he comes. If he meets us, I will hand over to him. But if he didn't meet us, I will finish the session. Up LASPPAN. Madam, you're welcome, ma'am.
Thank you.
I would like to start with what is culture?
Okay. So, first of all, my name is Bisi Omojari, Director in Creative Arts in the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture. I'm standing in for my PS, who is unavoidably absent because of so many, like the man from the Wealth Creation said, so many official assignments, because as of now, there's no commissioners, no essays. We are waiting for the appointment. So the bulk of the work is on the PS now. My PS is Mrs. Olorun Toyin Atekoja. She would have loved to be here, but she sends her greetings. She really loved what is happening. For the fact that Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture is in line, should be in tune so much with photography. So that's a greeting. And then to your question, culture. To a layman going around, culture is a way of life. Culture is us seated. Culture is our food. Culture is our dressing. Culture is our being. So if I'm saying culture is the knowledge of the past, of the present, and of the future, culture is your totality. It is your tradition. It is the way you speak. You might be a Yoruba. You might be an Igbo. You might be an Hausa. That is who you are. It is your totality. Your all embodiment. Your food. Your clothing. The way you speak. The way you portray yourself. Your religion. Your characteristics. That is basically culture.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Then now, what is the relationship between culture and art?
Culture is art. Art is culture.
Wow.
You cannot separate the two. Because your culture speaks who you are. A photographer, it's an artist. Before a photographer can be a photographer, is from somewhere. It's either you say it's a Yoruba, it's an Hausa, it's an Igbo. So the art it does there, it's basically derived from culture. You can't take each one out of it. The artistic review of myself might come from my background. I'm a Yoruba lady. My artistic view of a thing will be different from yours. A photographer wants to snap this. He wants to make a story out of this. The way I see it, it's my artistic view. I'm coming from somewhere. That is my culture. My culture goes into that. I will first of all think, what will happen? How do I see this from my own perspective? How does he see it from his own perspective? So infusing it together, we are both artists, we are both cultural people.
Thank you very much, ma. My brother Chukwudi, please, can you throw more light on that too, based on your understanding? What exactly? The arts and culture, art and culture.
Okay. All right. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Chukwudi Onwumere. I'm here on behalf of Mlele Institute. Before I move ahead, I would like to state that culture and art have been in existence, have been like brother and sister or husband and wife right from inception. You cannot separate each of them. So if you start looking at photography or even art itself, most of the things we know as culture that existed in the past, we get to know them through, most of the culture, yes, you get to know them through art, which is photography. But before now, there was a means of knowing through that, which you could, I think there was photocopying and all that. There's, yes, it's through photocopying. But now, if you read books, you get to know about art, everything. That's how photography and art, you cannot separate them. But then, the thing now is, when there is culture, there's photography. But then photography has done a lot for culture because from here, you know what the culture that existed 2 centuries ago, you know the culture in Europe, you know the culture in anywhere in the world. But you've not been there. So from here now, let's say, for instance, if I want to go and document the culture in America or any festival, I know what is happening. Through research, I know what other photographers have done about that culture. And if I want to tell my story better, I've done my research, I know what I want to say, and I say it differently. So you cannot separate them. But photography, in a way, photography has done huge for culture. And it's through this photography that we know a lot about culture in different parts of the world.
Very good. So, which means that leads me to my next point.
Okay.
So, what role has photography play in international collaboration and integration, most especially in connection to art and culture? Your photography, yes. I know, for instance, photography is a means of expression, and as a means of expression, if you look at it, most of our young photographers today, as what Madam said, they use photography to document their cultures, their tradition, their activities. You know, most of us, we concentrate on events. But, you know, for you to go into culture and as documenting art, as an art, it takes a different look. So what kind of mindset should a photographer have for him to be able to focus on that direction, on culture, documenting them?
All right, thank you very much. Let me give you an instance out of documenting culture. So I think it was Olympics in 2021. A lot of photographers, they didn't document, they didn't shoot other things other photographers would have shot. Some of them were photographing tattoos, hairstyles, and all that. Do you know what that does? You are telling a different kind of story. You know, most of those athletes, their tattoos have meanings to them, right? Now, let's go to our culture. When you are documenting culture, you ask yourself, what kind of story do you want to tell, right? The stories you want to put out, you don't want to go there like a novice. Everybody has a camera now. You don't want to go there as an artist, as a photographer, and you're shooting the same thing. They can see on the internet. I had some friends of mine that went to document a culture. I think it happened, documented festival, it happened 3 weeks ago. Some of them focused on handbags. Some of them focused on wares. These are local made. Some of them focused on how they tie their gillies. Some of them focus on that aspect of our culture you want to tell. But a tourist comes to photograph a culture, they just photograph everything. Right? I can see that on the internet. It's not important. I can get it anywhere. I don't have to call you. But then if you're able to do that, if I'm an organization outside Nigeria and I need that documented, I need someone that can show me this part of culture that I've not seen before, I can call you to do that. You're making money through that process. But you're seeing a certain aspect of this culture that has not been seen anywhere. Right? But then, how can we do that? That was the first question you asked me before. Right? So, when we do these things, you show a certain part of photography as an art. Because photography is art. But when we start to think in that way, you know that there's a huge life in photography. But we need to see photography sometimes beyond portrait. Even if you are doing portrait, what aspect of that portrait or that story are you telling? What's your story? And I think as photographers, as artists, as lens-based artists, as I like to call it, we need to read a lot. It helps us. You see perspectives, right? So I remember when I said something about documenting people that documented the Olympics, right? Hairstyle, tattoos. These are part of our lives, and you cannot separate them. And it has become a culture in that space. All right. So if you document someone's tattoo, you know, in sports, there's this thing culture about tattoo in art in sports, right? It's become part of it. And then when you talk about culture is in totality people's way of life. If you look at traditional culture and look at cultures that have imbibed and has become part of what we do, how we live our life, they call it culture. So what part of that story are we telling? How do we make a living? If you look at how do we make a living telling our own culture, telling our own stories. Thank you very much.
Okay, Madam, can you please contribute to that?
Yes, collaborating culture with art. Arts generally. Okay, we are. Our main focus is photography.
Let me put it this way. What I'm simply saying is that, we use photo to tell stories. So how do you do that to make it more, to make the story telling itself?
It depends on your creativity. Your creativity is the one that will differentiate your own story from my own story. We go to a place together. Maybe we want to go and capture festival in Ekpe, for example. We want to go and capture Kayo Kayo in Ekpe. As a photographer, like he says, what I'm capturing might be different from what you will go there and capture. I want to go and capture the festival itself, the way they do the festival, they are making, their stories from the past. And somebody might get there and capture the people, different things. So it depends on your creativity. As photographers, you have gone somewhere. It's your creativity that will differentiate you, that makes you who you really are. Nowadays, we hear about T.Y. Savage, Dayo, Ade Dayo. T.Y. Bello, thank you. T.Y. Bello, the photographer. Dayo, Ade Dayo. The first thing that comes to my mind when I hear about a photographer are those. I have forgotten that I have a photographer who ordinarily will come and snap me. But because they have been known, it is the creativity that differentiates them. They were being creative. They showed another aspect of photography. Somebody captured someone that was putting bread on the head, and it's blue. ordinarily, somebody will still capture that girl, putting bread on the head, and won't blow. So that is the difference.
Okay, now, which means, okay, let's come to the term creative economy. Is it creative economy?
Yes.
Uh-huh. So can you shed more light for us on that?
Creative economy. Creative economy is using your own talent to make money. You want to use your talent to make money. We have series of people who uses their talent to make money. I mean, the director in creative arts. We have so many artists that come to us. There are some that use that does fashion show. There are some that does festivals. There are some that does competitions for schools. Different things. It is the creativity that is in there. Last year, 2 people came to our department because what basically we do in the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture is give an enabling environment for any artist, whoever you are, to thrive. Either a comedian, a photographer, a drama artist, any kind of artist.
A painter?
Yes, whatever your kind of, so far you are in the entertainment and the arts sector. Even the person that does crafts. There are like the fashion show. Somebody came, 2 people came, they wanted to do a fashion show. We went to both. While one was able to thrive and excel more, is because he used creativity. He used our normal ashoke with Kampala from Abeokuta to dress our queens. And what we are portraying is culture. We want our culture to be respected. We don't want a culture, a place we go to and the queens will be open. Their clothes are open. Their buttocks are opening. That is not our culture. But the other person did that. He wanted to portray technology, a Western world. But we were able to build this one up because we saw the culture in it, the creativity in him, the difference he did using our culture, using our clothes, dresses. If you see those beauty queens, they were beautifully dressed without showing their bodies, without anything, and we were able to score them. The next one, this year, he came. We were able to get his venue for him at a low price. We were able to get an advertisement for him through LASA at a low price. That is what we can do, especially when you make a difference in your own artistic side.
We are coming. Wait for us. We are coming. You are going to
do
that promotion. We are going to do for us.
That's part of what my peers would have said. Okay. You photographers. That's why I said, anytime we say photographer, that's the first thing that comes to our mind. C.Y. Bello, that you are Dayo. We never saw. Now, we just heard of Lagos State Professional Photographers Association. We never knew they exist. We just thought, I want to read. I'm sorry if I use Yoruba. I'm a Yoruba girl. So I'm from culture, arts, and tourism. So we portray culture. I want to read. We thought, I want to con ya photo ni. I want to read Alausa. Oh, one ya photo. But those come. We did a program with Mr. Dayo Adedayo at Lekki Muson Center or something like that. He was doing a photo speak. We were there. We participated. We gave only endorsements from Lagos State with the logo of Lagos State, made him to get so many sponsors because they saw the endorsement, because they saw the logo of Lagos State. They felt, Lagos State, ti partner with Mr. Dayo Adedayo. So we are supporting him all through. And they supported. So that's why that's one of the things that is here that my peers have said. Utilize that avenue with the Lagos State Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture. Once you are a registered member, as you are, utilize that avenue. There are so many things we can do together. We can partner together. You can have an exhibition. I want to use so place. If it's within our jurisdiction, we might get it at a lower price for you. This is one of our stakeholders. Please help them all the way. That is the kind of platform we create.
Thank you. A round of applause for her, please. So we believe, by the grace of God, we are going to reach Huma. Okay. We're having our Nigeria Photo Festival in December. Okay. So we are going to see how we are going to get work together by the grace of God. Yes. As we speak, we still have 2 events. Okay. One in September, which is for our women. Okay. So we are going to celebrate for the 55 years too with them. Okay. And also we are going to do the 55 years Nigeria Photo Festival in December. No problem. So we are going to be very close to you.
Yes, once we see your letter, we'll give you somebody who can work with you and we partner with you.
Thank you very much, ma. Lele, so what's your understanding of creative a creative economy? Okay, so in relation to photography. Yeah.
Okay, so if you are looking at a creative economy, we shouldn't just consider it locally, right? So there are a lot of potentials in this photography when you are looking at the economy, right? Let's look at exhibitions. Let's look at exhibitions first of all. And then consider a lot of photographers that have traveled outside Nigeria. Look at Pajedi Okai. Look at Uncle Dombaba. Some of these people have traveled all the continents, and the works have been exhibited all over the world. Then we look at awards. People receive awards. Whether through the awards you get recognition, you get monetary terms, you get monetary reward from that. Look at scholarships. A lot of photographers I know who are artists have traveled outside Nigeria with less stress. Not just even travel to stay there. They travel, exhibit their works, do research, and they are paid while doing that. Then we look at residencies. Residency is an avenue for you to learn. And then let me give you an instance out of that space. Let's say you are a music artist. You come to Nigeria, right? And then you request the presence of what's the biggest artist in Nigeria? Let's say Davido or Wizkid. As a resident artist, I can request the presence of Wizkid. They will bring it here. And I have a conversation with him. Now, while doing that, you get paid. And guess what? No stress. At the end of the residency, you don't have to produce a work. At the end of residency, if you decide to produce a work, you do an exhibition, it still falls back to you. It's a win-win for you. So you look at what photography does in our local perspective. What can photography do? Look at people that do photojournalism. What does your photography do? Is it just shoot events to print and give clients? We are looking at photography. Some of us are looking at photography from a very low perspective. Photography is beyond, sometimes you need to network. Look at people, look at other photographers outside your space. You need to consider, look at older photographers. Ask them how did they navigate photography to where they are now. If it's not a creative economy, if it's not beneficial, they will not be here. And I also like to use this opportunity to thank our older photographers and what they've been doing in the past. If they didn't hold the ground to where it is now, most of us will not be photographers. 20 years ago, 15 years ago, imagine if you told your father or your mother that you wanted to be a photographer, what would they say? You go to school and then you come out, you want to be a photographer. They will not listen to you. Same goes for football, sports. But now, they held the economy. They've been pushing it. And then I ask myself sometimes, what are we, the younger generation, what are we going to do in photography? Are we just... No, don't take me wrong. Shoot events is very important. Keep doing it. But then, beyond shoot... See, everybody can shoot now. Even your brothers and sisters that have used iPhone 14, 15, they can shoot. But then, what's that thing about your photography? If you look at the economy, don't look at the economy of delivering to clients. How about clients from America, UK, call you to come and do something there? How do you make your photography big that you submit your work for an open call? In America, anywhere in the world, and then you win the award. You, Nigerian, an African. Right? So, but before we get to that, we need to look at how do we read? How, photographers, do we even do read? Do we read? Do research? Do we attend workshops? It's through all these things we get to expand our knowledge. Because what you know in your space is the only thing you know. But if you sit down as a group, you ask ourselves questions, you speak, I listen to you, I talk, you listen to me, we go out to do photo works, we come and analyze our works. You see, we are growing. But then before the economy can grow to an extent wherever you think it is, we need to know what we're doing. Do you understand? How much photograph do we know? How much benefits do you know that photograph you have? Where can it take you to? I can tell you photographers travel outside Nigeria. Lens-based artists travel outside Nigeria with ease. I'm not saying I'm not a fan of going there to stay. Because if you look at the economy of photography and what stories you want to tell, it's our own story you can tell outsiders and they don't know. You can't tell them more about themselves. It's your own self, our culture. That's why sometimes when I started, I said, photography and culture, they are like brothers and sisters. You cannot separate them. You can tell our culture to an European. They told our stories the way we don't like. But see, we can tell our stories better, the way we want them to. And that will get them to spend their money on the same project that we have. So if we start looking at the creative economy in photography, it's massive. 20 years ago, I don't know how many Nigerians were able to access scholarships and residencies. But now, it's easier. I know a lot of photographers who are accessing scholarship residencies and all that. And I know a lot of even older photographers, they want residencies. You know what? Residency is a big avenue for you to grow. Like, you are a special guest. That's what it means. You are a special guest. And you can learn anything you want to learn. It's a big avenue for you to learn and grow. So the creative economy in photography as an art is massive. And I think we all need to tap into it. So we begin to explore these things and then leave something that all the generation coming after us can look towards it and say, yes, Daddy, I'm going to be a photographer, whether you like it or not. Thank you very much.
So, well, thank you very much. I think we're still going to have bigger sessions than this. So, just for the sake of our time, so we'll thank you very much for. We just want to give you 2 minutes to round up on the subject. Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
My word of advice is, please don't stay on the surface. Those that are making it with photography does not have 2 heads. I have a son in the university. Thank God for LASU. LASU now does skills. I think they call it entrepreneurship skills. They have different, they have photography, modeling, different things. When my son came home, he was reading mass comm. He said, out of this, Mommy, they said we should pick. I said, pick photography. He said, eh? So I will now be taking, I said, you don't know anything. Research, go for skill acquisition, read. You will see the potentials of photography. So, and he has started. He came for IT in one of our agencies. Just because he was so good, he came back to school. They still retained him. That when they go out for Mr. I've forgotten his. It was he was I don't know his name. He was a photographer. Immediately I came in and he says, and I said, I'm from Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture. He said, about that council that agency is under us. They call them, they dance different kinds of dances, they act, now is the one that goes with them to programs. Snap them is like their official photographer and put it on. He has an edge from over every one of them because he helps them to upload on the internet and does so. He has an edge over them. That's why they were able to retain him. And once they go out, they pay him. Sometimes they give him 35,000, sometimes 20, sometimes 10. It's making a side money. So photography is very, very, very economically viable. You will make money. So don't sit on the fence. Make a difference. Don't say, baila won daddy wa she won kon ma se bi kon ti ya wa ni. Gone are the days when they will say, Yami tuka omo mi lon graduate. No, we have passed that stage. Like they said, even this one that came with me, my staff, anytime we go out, he will bring out his phone and start snapping. But I will say, hey, stop this snapping now. When you are not a photographer, stop now. Everybody has become, so it's like a, but you can make a difference with your own creativity. Create something that is different from ease. Create something that is different. Maybe it's something you will just think about. Go on the internet, read. Choose something else. See, lately, a South African, a girl in South Africa, they said they sent her to go and buy bread. And this small girl was just playing on inside the mud. And somebody went, a photographer, captured her, and it blew. And do you know how much they will be paying that photographer now? With that girl, with just what he did. So, let yours be different. Create something. Let there be creativity in your space, and the sky will be your limits. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, man. Thank you very much.
All right. This is what I ask myself too, or what I tell myself. And then I ask myself, and I'm asking everybody, what's our interest in photography? Why do we do photography? You can do events, do portraits, weddings. I do them too. But I still do my portraits. I still do my documentary projects. I do conceptual projects. I have my works. And people ask to buy them. Now it's left for you to decide, do you want to sell now or do you want to sell in the future? Now, through this, when we do this, photography grows beyond what we know it. We should have more interest. I think this was the question I was asked when I started photography. Someone asked me, why do you want to do photography? Everybody's doing it. What do you think you can contribute? But then when you ask ourselves this question and you know the stories you want to tell, and you tell the same story, our culture, you relate it the way you want to tell an outsider to understand. And then I also want to understand the infinite future in photography. That is enormous. This thing we just said is we are just scratching the surface. Like, we don't know what's going to happen in the next 10 minutes, next 20 years, or 10 years, or 5 years. There was NFT, and then I don't know how NFT is still doing that, but people are still selling their works online. Like, on your Instagram handle, you have your website. In fact, you can stay in the comfort of your home, and then you get the information that you sold 10 artworks in a day, 150,000, and then guess what? That copy can sell it 1,000 times. And you don't have to go out to shoot. So we should look at photography as an investment that, are we going to shoot till we are 80? When will you shoot and then stop shooting? What is the future of photography within you? There are some photographers who can't afford to buy the original copy. Who are you? How much do you have? I'm not talking about outside Nigeria. I'm talking about Nigerians. If you think I don't know what I'm saying, Uncle Dombaba is there. Go and try to buy one of his works. Do we even know some of the works he has created? And some of the people that he had, I can't remember their names. I don't know their names. They sit at the comfort of their homes. They invite them to come and do. Josh Oshodi, should I start calling them? There are plenty of them. They've done the works. They invite them. They don't stress themselves. And they make a lot of money. But then I don't want to put the money first. When you put the money first, you forget the value. But you ask yourself, why am I a photographer? Why am I a lens-based artist? Because I like to call myself a lens-based artist, not just a photographer. Because we look beyond that, you're not just taking pictures. I want to make a living. Yeah, making a living. Are you going to shoot when you're 80, 90? Even if you're shooting when you're 80, 90, you're enjoying it. What is this our daddy's name? Is it Akin? No. Paul Jekere is late. Sorry, give me a second, please. Akinbode. Okay. Yes. German-based. Yes. He still shoots. He carries his big camera. Anywhere you see him, he's still shooting. He's not shooting because he's hungry. Our children are going to do research on. In fact, some of us are doing research on his works now. So, but we're looking now, like, what are we gaining now? You want to shoot event 100,000 now, 50,000, 20,000. Beyond that, what do you have to shoot always till you die? When you are shooting till that, I'm going to shoot till I die. I want to do that. But not because I have to shoot so that I can pay for it. But I'm shooting because it's what I love to do, and I'm going to do it till then. So we need to look at photography beyond daily bread, yes. What's the impact? What do you want to say in photography? When we die, all of us are going to die. When you leave this earth, how are you going to be remembered for the works you have created? Is your work going to become a study? Guess what? If your work becomes a study, it means that your photography, when you die, like they call it estate, your photography has a lot of value because of the value you've created. In mentioning certain things, we cannot solve the problem, but we'll let people know what is happening in the world. If I'm a documentary photographer or a photojournalist. So, it is a lot. You can't even begin to say it. I'm just some okekere in this business. There are a lot of people that are older than me. When they say it and what they've seen in the past and what the future in photography, then we begin to marvel. I encourage all of us to keep shooting. Shoot. Possibilities will come. But guess what? Keep shooting. That work you think you have created, that body of work you think you have created that will blow you. That we all like that word blow. It might not be the one that will blow you. Keep working. Keep creating. Still do your events. And I invite all of us to look beyond events. Look beyond some of these photographies. There are all others. The fact that some of us started from portrait, you apprentice under a portrait artist and then you become a portrait photographer. It doesn't mean that's the only form of art photography that exists. Learn other ones. Still do other ones. But something has to fill your one. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please give them a round of applause, please. We really appreciate your coming. And we believe that we still have a lot more to talk about. We still have more. We're going to invite you more for our events. So right now, thank you very much. Please give them a round of applause, please. So we're going to have the next one is a presentation by our daddy, our veteran guru, Don Baba. He's going to give us a brief history of professional photography in Nigeria, just for like 20 minutes. After that, we're expecting a photographer from, our guest photographer from India to speak to us here, directly here from India. He's going to speak to us. Then after that, our panelists, Ogami sir, welcome sir. So this is our doctor. Well, our guy will do the introductions. Our guys here, our guys full here, hey, today not today. Please, you just relax yourself. Today, you will go home loaded. So just relax yourself. No hurry, no hurry. Even at 12 o'clock in the midnight, we will leave here today. I'm not joking. Thank you very much. Please give them a round of applause, man. All right. So, Ogami sir, you are welcome, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So,
let's jam our hands together.
Well, would I say I just stand on whatever protocol that we started with. Right? Yeah. Yakubu. Hello. Yakubu. Oh. No let me there here. No let me follow come. Oh well. There's nothing I need to say because everybody here I've spoken to before, one way or the other. And from what I see, none of what I have said before has been taken as an advice. I must say so. It's disappointing. The person with the light. Could you put the diffuser or kick your light up? Put a diffuser on that, or kick it up to the sky to white. You will still get what you want, right? What I'm about to say is, I should talk about professional photography, the history of professional photography in Nigeria. Okay, fine. If we go back as far as before Nigeria was ever created in 1914. There was a photographer called D.J. Green. He's from the Niger Delta, actually a place called Bonny. And for any of you who had gone through your history books and saw a photograph of the king of Benin, Ovirame, that photograph was actually shot by DJ Green. But because his name is DJ Green, and all of his works have been archived in England over these years, they thought he was a white man. So it was recently that some white ladies, professors from America, did some research and found out that he's from Nigeria, and we have been able to trace his grave, where he's buried in Bonny, through the Bonny Historical Society. It's so much noise, I don't need to continue to talk. Hey, hello. I don't need to say it here while people are making noise. We need to discuss this because I'm coming back to yab everybody here. Well, thereafter, the Ministry of Information, Nigeria Ministry of Information, that had the photographic department, and we've had, I'm pretty sure we have people who were probably, yeah. Okay. And I did that as I felt. I had a call last night, so I don't know. I had a call. So what has happened is that between the time of DJ Green, a whole lot of other people went through training, apprenticeship. But we can go to about the Ministry of Information, when the Nigerian Ministry of Information was set up by our British associates. I don't call them colonial masters because I was never colonized. I don't know about you. I was never colonized. We had treaties and agreements that they used gunboat policy to deceive us, and people call that colon. If you say colon cancer, it's a sickness. That's why they say colonize, colony, colon. So I never say I was colonized. I was never colonized. I had treaties that they used gunboat policies to deceive themselves, not me. But what I'm referring to is as far back as Lagos was the base of people like Paramount. You must have heard about Paramount photographers. Pa Olunloyo. There's somebody here in Ikeja called OPC photographers. I think they changed their name to Olan something. But they used to be OPC photographer. Pa Osidele was an Ibadan-based photographer who moved in as a photographer in Germany and also a camera repairer. In Jos, in Benin, you have a guy called Longe. These were all professional photographers. As a matter of fact, Longe, over 4,000 negatives of Longe has just been bought from his family by the Smithsonian Museum in New York or in America, wherever they are based. So I know a lot of photographers here who have switched to digital have now thrown their negatives away. Know that you have thrown your generational wealth away, if you have. If you have not, look for a way to start scanning them. There are apps that you can use your phone or your camera to begin to digitalize your work, which you did in your negative days. Because I'm pretty sure a lot of people here, there are a lot of photographers here who were working in the analog days who have now switched to digital like everyone else. Some have gone back doing their analog work. But what we describe as professional photography and people who did work, it was not everybody who went to a school. Ansel Adams did not go to school. I am of the school of thought that people who call themselves professor, after reading literature and put professor to their name, I see them as very not being educated as far as I'm concerned, because if you read a Shakespearean book to become a professor in literature, Shakespeare dropped out of school at the age of 17. You now read his book and put professor to your name. Yeah? So you want to now not think that because you did not go through the four walls of a university or a school or whatever. Faujekere learned photography from a neighbor in Abakaliki. He's from Sabongida Ora, but went to live with his sister In Abakaliki, you can imagine, I'm talking, Paul Jekere died at the age of 82, and he's been gone for about 8 years now, so I'm talking about the 20s. There was no enlarger when Paul Jekere studied photography. He printed his photographs through with the sun, making a hole through a table and putting a dark cloth around it, and the ray of the sun coming through that table is how Paul Jekere printed his photographs. I don't think there's any one of us here, including me, that has the kind of exposure and the level of work that Paul Jekere did. None of us here, not in this country, there's none. Right? So, and that's exactly why Auchi Polytechnic that wanted to start a department of photography, and I recommended Paul Jekere. They say he did not have 10 years experience as a lecturer and everything, and I told them, don't call my number again. That's why we're illiterate. I said, don't call me. There's no white man that would let Paul Jekere die. No when they would, if they can keep his brain, they would have kept his brain. But we're looking for people with paper qualifications and everything, and having been a lecturer for 10 years before and 10 years experience and all that before you can go and teach people. That's why we're losing it. Well, I can go back as far as 1956 when another person came in from America called Jackie Phillips. Jackie came back. Actually, he was still in college when the Queen of England came on a visit to Nigeria, so he was invited as a Nigerian photographer to come back and photograph the Queen, and he went back. Thereafter, in different parts of Nigeria, we had photographers like, I said, Benin, Longe. In Aba, there was a man called Senen Asianya. I think he also graduated a year after Jackie from the same college in America or in England. So we've had people who have been trained as professional photographers, but that notwithstanding, we have also people who have gone through apprenticeship. Excuse me, I'm running a call. So the thing about LASPPAN is that in 55 years of LASPPAN celebrating Lagos State professional photographers, we cannot talk of people who have gone through apprenticeship and who your master is. Right? So everybody who can grab a camera without being properly trained appears somewhere and start taking photographs and is seen as a photographer. And in Yoruba land, they call them Oluya, like me. I am Oluya. And I think Oluya, for me, I enjoy being an Oluya. If it's that's what you think, I enjoy taking photographs. Right. And that's what I do for a living. I don't sell shirts. I don't sell nothing else. I make my entire living from photography. What needs to be addressed as LASPPAN and 55 years onwards is that some form of registration. You cannot build houses in Lagos if you're not an architect and register with the Association of Nigerian Architects. You cannot practice medicine in Nigeria if you do not belong to the Nigerian Medical Association. And I read yesterday that 500 and something doctors who came from outside Nigeria to work here, about 200 or 300 of them failed the Nigerian medical exam, so they can't practice here. But I'm aware that there's no country I will go to and you ask me to come and do conversion exam for photography. I just simply walk into any country with my camera and start taking photographs, and nobody asks me. So I guess we have that advantage over every other profession. But in LASPPAN, over the years, I've been associated with LASPPAN, especially through, he's not here, Foley. Foley's not here because we're still Larry-based. I got to know about LASPPAN through Foley. So I've been associated with Foley, we're through LASPPAN for years, and I've tried to bring about training, talk about training. But people are so comfortable with what they know already, 5.6 at 60, and you have an image, and you can get 200 naira photographing a person who is driving into a premises in a 17 or 4, in a bulletproof car. I think bulletproof cars are how much now? 40 or 70 million. He is dressed in a nice showcase that can buy your camera 4 times. Meanwhile, you take a photograph of him and you rush back to him for 200 naira. You call it back, they call it cowboys. But out there, it is organized. 5x7 is not a photograph. It's not a print. 5x7 is a proof print. So if you continue to show 5x7 at people's hand, it's actually a proof print. It's what you should use to know how to make proof of your work. Up your game. The bigger, the better. Do not sell anything less than. We do not have 6x8 as a very popular print. But if you have to sell prints on the streets, on the move, sell 10/8s or 8/10s, whatever you call them, in folders. Because in doing so, you're able to command at least 2,000 or 3,000 naira per print. I'm now going back, not talking about professional photography. I begin to talk about how to earn, which is usually what I try to make people understand. That I'm such a very comfortable person in what I do, and I don't do anything else but photography. And I live comfortably well. And even my children go to school in England, and I can afford to pay their fees working in Naira. So if I have any other younger children, they'll go to Corona. But all my children are grown up. So because I'm a photographer, doesn't mean my children should not go to Corona or what you call it, Aversinia or whatever. They cannot go to Jack on the school. No. It should not happen. It's the value you put to yourself, and that's how people look at you. Most of the names they banter in this country today, I trained them. Most of the names you're talking about, the Dials and the rest of them, the TYs, they all came from my stable. And I told them exactly what I know, and they have been able to imitate it. The Shea Body Lawsons and the rest of them. I did not hide anything from them. I have never hidden anything from the group of people who come from Sulere, LASPPAN. And I have tried to say we must begin to rethink our strategies of how we sell ourselves to people. If you're a portrait photographer or a wedding photographer, like this young man with a rasta hair and a tattered jeans, there's no way he can make a living. He will be a ragtag photographer because that's the value that people will put to him. You are not Davido. You're not singing on stage. You are somebody who is going to be posing people, touching people for the kind of work you do. If you want to do documentary and you're going to Oshu Festival is next month, you're going to Agbasa, you're going to this, you're going to that, fine. The way you are works for you. But very likely that would also attract the police to you when you're on the motorway. Right? So you run into trouble. But if you wish to work with people, the first rule of portraiture and event photography is not photography, it's hygiene. Hygiene is the first rule of anybody who runs a studio. I gave God glory, I've stopped smoking. Anybody who knows me when I was smoking knows that I smoke an average of 2.5 packets of cigarette a day. I have stopped smoking. Anybody who knows, they'll tell you. But you can never smell cigarette on me. Because I would always sanitize myself because I have a situation where somebody may come in to talk to me, and being a smoker, it will be repulsive to the person. If I'm going to have to take a photograph or do a portrait of somebody, I need to touch the person sometimes and say, keep your head this way, but you ask first. Please, can I pose you? And he says yes, then you touch the person. If I have cigarettes smell in my hand and everything, and if some born-again woman, she would... that's a job gone. I've stopped smoking, so even if as it stands now, when I was smoking, I didn't have cigarettes in my breath or me. So I don't think I will have it now because I've managed to have succeeded in giving it up. So if you're going to work as a portrait photographer or as an event photographer, the first rule of that profession is hygiene. You must go out there clean. You must go out there looking like the people, like the ceremony. They say there's something for every occasion. For those of you who go to church, say there's something for every occasion. There's a quote from the Bible, Leviticus or whatever. So, if you do weddings, dress like you're going for a wedding. If you do documentaries, then buy steel cap boots, coveralls, helmets, and whatever, kneecaps, so that even if you have to get into water or climb a mountain, you feel safe. But you must dress the part of the kind of what part of photography that you pursue. When I worked in events or doing weddings, a lot of people come, they had an attitude. You walk in, because when I dress and I arrive at the place, they run to call. Well, I said, there's somebody here, he says he's a photographer. He must be very expensive. I didn't say it, you said it. Excuse me. The reason you said that is because of the way I arrived. And during the event, moving around taking photographs, somebody goes and says, hey, come, photographer. I looked at him, I looked at the person, I said, yeah. I said, you are not properly trained. I said, you have no manners. And I go. And the person looks up, I said, photographer. Tell me you have no manners. I said, you don't have any manners. It's because of how you have put yourself. That's why they will call you, hey, what? Photographer, where are you, Yami? Eloni. Well, you were coming, why didn't you bring your own photographer that you come there and now you want to have a deal with me? I have been paid. That's why get your money up front if they have a wedding. The food, the cake, the bridal, the hall, everything has been paid for up front. The only person that they ever pay deposit and want to pay the rest later is the photographer. And the photographer is the most valuable person in the whole of the event. Because your work will be there for the next 30, 40, 50 years. Their great-grandchildren will come and see your work. The rice and stew that was cooked and the cake that was made by the best cake maker is your photograph that will show the cake. The limousine that brought them there is your photograph that will show the limousine. You're covering a wedding and Sonny Ade is playing. Sonny Ade's got 7 million. He's there for 2-3 hours. You have been there from 6 o'clock in the morning till 6 o'clock or 7 or 12 o'clock if they have after wedding party and all that. You've got to learn how to put a value to what you do. I've always gone back to the vulcanizers in Lagos. From Badagry to Iju to Ajah, from wherever to Ekpe, you lose your tire or you need to change your tire right now across board, they have the prices. This is so 200 naira, Jeep 400 naira, truck, whatever. And on Wednesday or Thursday, when they have the association meeting, if you're in a hurry to catch up on an appointment and you come out and your tire is done, call an Uber. Because you will not get any vulcanizer to touch your car until 1 o'clock. They've all gone for meeting. If you call a meeting of LASPPAN, somebody will tell you, I have a job, I have a booking. And that's exactly why no association has been able to stand in Nigeria. I have tried. There's an Indian photographer here called Nitin Patel. He tried. There's a German photographer who used to work here, Gazela. She tried. There's another Nigerian, Philip Trimnell. A whole lot of us have tried to set up an association. Because we have a lot of stringers who call themselves photographers, because they've got a camera, they don't come. So you haven't been able to put your price. And I've told people, in the current dispensation, young man, what camera are you carrying? That camera, what model is it? I mean, what model? Nikon what? Canon what? 6D. 6D. Right now is 900 and something thousand. Call it $1 million. Not so? That's $1 million. You have not bought a flash for it. The proper flash for it is 89,000. Right? So just that camera in your hand is ₦1 million. Not so? If you walk out of that place, somebody slaps you right now and say, hey, bring that camera, I told you, you're finished. Huh? Hello? You're finished. If you have not put a value to yourself when you're going out to do a job that you're carrying that camera, to be able to buy that camera back, you're finished. Does that make sense? If you walk through Oshodi and some guy sees you say, hey, come here, bring that camera. That's ₦1 million in your hand. If not for the change of naira, that's old Golf. You will buy an old Golf for 800, 900,000, and if it has AC, you do Uber. So you've got to be able to put a value to what you do, knowing that that thing you do, look at your equipment, it's not made in Nigeria, it's only bought in dollar related. So your prices has got to be dollar equated. Yeah? A few years ago when I had a studio, if you walked into my studio for passport, are you ready for me to come down? If you walk into my studio for a passport, that time it was 1,000 naira. If you want me to come to your house and do your passport, it's 17,000 naira. You decide. So because I had a lot of bankers I was working for, they'll call me up and say, the managing director of Chartered Bank wants a passport done. I say, yeah, 17,000. I say, if you can come to my studio, 1,000. You decide. Yeah, because if you feel I should drive from Sule to VI, come do a passport of you, I must put a value to my time. But if you think you're so important, you're busy signing documents and everything in Chartered Bank and you can't come to Sule, then fine. If Muhammad doesn't go to the mountain will go to Muhammad. But it's impossible that Muhammad would always go, the mountain won't move. So you give me 17,000, I come. Or you come to my studio for 1,000 naira and you get 4 copies of that. If you want the extras, we'll do it for whatever we do. So you've got to put the value to yourself. That's the important thing. And I have tried to put this across. The last time I was here, I tried to make this. I say, hey, I remember there's my lady friend who is in Bariga who said, no, if I try this in Bariga, it won't work. And I asked her a question. I said, is there Chicken Republic in Bariga? She said, yes. I said, is there Chicken Republic in VI? She said, yes. Is there Chicken Republic in Akowanja? She said, yes. I said, when they're in Akowanja and VI, did their prices change? She said, no. I said, then, don't tell me you can't. Don't tell me you can't. Chicken Republic does not go to Akowanja or Bariga or Ajegule and change their price because they're in Ajegule. There's no reason why you as a photographer whose equipment is dollar equated, everything you touch is not made in Nigeria. Then you start to make excuse to keep yourself down. You're keeping yourself down. When I walk into places, they say, that's Don Baba, he's a very expensive photographer. I say, no, you're not telling me. I'm not going to apologize. It's your business. Call it rudeness, call it arrogance. That's, to me, I am positively arrogant. I make my own decisions. And every young person I have passed on my knowledge to in Nigeria talks the way I talk, and they have made their mark, including the Kelechis and the rest of them. I know of an advertising agency that went to Kelechi for a job. Kelechi told them what he wanted. They said, blah, 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 blah. And they went out and did it. 1 month after, they went back to Kelechi to do it at Kelechi's cost. Because the other person, they got to do it. The reason being that Kelechi educates himself. We're not reading. A lot of people are watching pornography on their phone with their data rather than watch how to manipulate your photographs in Photoshop. It's on YouTube. Download it. Go to YouTube. Do not watch, use your data to watch. You can educate yourself from YouTube these days. And let me warn you, in another 5 years, every one of us here will be like dinosaur. There's something called AI. It has taken over. Love it or lump it, AI, I can create you by using AI GPT right now. Just talk, give me a man, dark African with a white, whatever, an orange heart, blah, 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 boom, create. And AI will give me a photograph looking like you. That's where it's going. So here we are. People who have not gone to school but who have creative ideas are going to come up very soon. I posted something very recently where some young man whose mom has an Adire Ashoke shop, an artist shop in VI, and is using AI to do paintings and selling his paintings for 200 and 300,000 each. He hasn't got the faintest idea of photography. He hasn't got the faintest idea of how to use a Photoshop, but he's gotten into AI, and he's producing AI images of art. And he's selling on an average of $250,000, which is 250,000. And people who are buying off him are selling it at a higher price because he's selling to his mother's shop for less, and the mother's shop is selling for 300,000-400,000, and people are buying. And here we are. Right? So I'm going to wind up. Just to talk about professional photography, we don't have any data, but I have more or less talked about how we need to improve our knowledge, because by improving yourself, you're also able to improve your earnings. And that's where I'm going to stop. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Up LASPPAN. Before we go for the next session, our guys, they are waiting for us here. So we have a goodwill message from India. So is it ready? Okay. So a photographer from India want to celebrate with us on our 55th anniversary. So, hello, up Lagos State. Okay. Before the man gets ready, before they get ready from India, if you have any question you want to ask, you want to have a question? Oh yeah, come on, ask your question. The question I asked, go. Now our panelists waiting down here. Now you go ask that question. Our guy from LASPPAN, our guy from business photography, our guy from NIJ. Then go answer the question where we're today. All right. Yeah.
Up LASPPAN.
Up Lagos State.
Yes. My organa Don
and
Baba.
Our guy will want to give us 10 million to buy camera there.
Our organa Don Baba, and I appreciate him too much as a man, as a senior man in this place. See, I've come across him one day, maybe when we are doing some, maybe other 53 years or 54, 45. So I met him. So now we're discussing about our price. I said, Baba is my great price. I was thinking, what is this man using to get the price? So when I get to my office, I tell my customer, I say, now, if you want to snap passport now, 1,500. If I'm coming to your office, because I snap with UAC. I'm snapping with UAC and Mr. Biggs. So I say, if I want to come to your office now 1,500. Say, Mbolowewa. To batik by 800 na cook bag beer. How am I going to do this thing? How am I going to do it? I say, I will continue.
They want to share.
So anybody will come to my son and I say 1,500 8 copies you. All them are bought and it's ready. I continue like that. I they put my dad say this my way tell me say I should do like this. So one day, one person comes and say it's 1,500. Hey, why Yajiri? That's why I started that one that day. But when I start the man, now say he wants 16 copies. We need 1,500. That's 3,000. No. Only my worry. And I say, God only catch them one by one. So I appreciate Joe Baba. I like his move. Good.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So, thank you for the comment. Comment. Thank you very much. So, is there another question? All right. No, if you finish, when it's finished, I do. Okay. Sorry. Wait. After this session, you will do. Oh yeah. Up LASPPAN. So let our Oga here introduce the president for us.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are having Mr. Vimal from India. He's one of the biggest photographer from India. He's talking to us on behalf of Technova. Vimal, you are welcome. You can go on.
Mr. Anthony Isaac, thank you so much for introduction. Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yeah, we are hearing you. You can go on. We were not hearing before. You can start now.
Right. Welcome, everyone. I'm here with you. I'm going to say something. Please forgive me. If I may make a mistake, I will try to. Yeah. Ekaso Muki Bubu, A photographers. Uruko Mini, Vimal Parmar, Lati Indian, Se Dada, Nimuba Bubu EU. Forgive me if I made a mistake. If we can have the slides, please. The first slide. Welcome everyone. I'm so happy to be here with you. First of all, I would like to thank Photo Lab who started non-tear photo album in Nigeria, with support from HP Indigo and Technova. I would also like to thank KODD, our official dealer, for support and making available Technova's non-tear media Nova Life to all photo in Nigeria. Can I see the first slide, please? Nova Life Premium non-tear media for photo books today. Next, please. I would like to talk about Technova first. Why we need to print photographs, why non-tear is what I'm going to talk about. Next, please. Technova imaging system, as the name goes, it's technology and innovation. The name Technova is from the two words technology and innovation. We leverage technology and we innovate. And each of the product that we've introduced has been for its first time in India. And each product made its predecessor obsolete before its time. Born in 1971, globally recognized as a pioneer, Technova is one of the world's largest providers of digital and analog imaging and printing solutions for a wide range of industries. Next, please. So, Technova is a market leader, market innovator, and a market creator. Technova is one of the largest offset, flexo, and digital imaging solutions provider for not just photography, but for print, publishing, packaging, textile, and signage industries also. Technova is a market innovator recognized as each of Technova's product, like I said earlier, was a first for its time in India. Each product made its predecessor obsolete before its time. Technova is a market creator. Since 1971, Technova has introduced several breakthrough technologies that have transformed various printing processes and created new markets. Please let me know if I'm going fast or going slow. Please do let me know. Next slide, please. Few highlights. We are the world's only manufacturer of the full range of digital offset plates, violet, thermal, UV, inkjet, and laser. One of the world's largest manufacturers of printing chemistry. World's widest portfolio of digital printing media for inkjet and laser. This is the segment that caters to primarily to the photography industry. We have 70% and above market share in India in each of the product group, and our products are distributed to over 60 countries. Next, please. This is the Technova's imaging ecosystem as far as our digital print media division is concerned. We have non-media, inkjet photo media, self-adhesive label, medical imaging films. The list is long. We are also into software. We have media. We are into flexo and letterpress. We are into safety and in terms of consultancies that we provide. We have an excellent technical support system. That's what Technova is all about as far as our division is concerned. Next, please. So this slide is not just for photographers. Some of these, when we say why print, this is not just only for photographers, but this is also for your customers of photographers like you all. So why print? At Technova, we always promote print, not because print benefits the organization, because we believe that print benefits the end consumer first. And there are several reasons that we promote. If you want a list that you could use to talk about this to amongst your customers, then do let us know. We will share a separate write-up on this topic. So the point number one, print breaks through the digital clutter. There's so much of digital happening all across the world. So the moment you introduce a print, it breaks through the digital clutter. For example, if you're a photographer and if your client asks you to cover a wedding and calls you for a discussion, there are many photographers who only carry a laptop or a pad and they show their work on digitally. But the moment you carry a printed album, the kind of different substrates that you carry and you show to the client is able to give you more weightage to what you are talking about. So point number one, print breaks through the digital clutter. Point number two, a digital print separates a professional photographer from an amateur. Now, for example, there are stringers also, and then there are professional photographers also. There's always a competition amongst a stringer and a good professional photographer. So how do you differentiate when you want to prove yourself that you are a professional? What happens is, if you are a well-trained professional photographer, images are of the finest possible quality when compared to or an amateur or a hobby photographer. And in a small digital image, on a mobile or a laptop or a tab, there is the difference between a good image and a not so good image cannot be differentiated. But the moment you carry print is unforgiving. Print will blow all the flaws of the picture. But if your pictures are good, a print will be able to show the right image in the best quality. And in that manner, you will be able to know where your client will get the. Some point number 3, there are times your clients might tell you that, no, I don't want a print. Then we have to tell them that, no, print is not for you. Print is for the next generation. Because you see, in times to come, what will happen is digital files will get lost. The current the third generation or the second generation may not be able to see who their parents were or who their grandparents were, right? So you have to tell them that print is for the next generation. Point number 4, a printed image being tangible completes an assignment in a more noteworthy way. What happens is, suppose you get a soft file, a digital file, and you give it to your client. Then the client says, no, I want a properly edited file. Then the client says, no, I want raw copies. The list is endless what a customer demands. But the moment we as photographers hand them over a printed album, that closes the order. The entire loop of and closing an order, it happens in a very noteworthy way. So this is how print helps. Can we go to the next slide, please? I'm sure many of us have lost our digital files. Point number 5, digital files are prone to damage and may get lost over the years. I have files, currently it's very difficult to even get a laptop that has a CD drive. What about good old days? We used to store images in drive. There is no facility now to open zip drives. So imagine what will happen if today we use current storage devices and store files digitally. I'm not sure whether these files we will be able to open, say 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, or say 50 years from now. So this is what we need to tell our clients, that print lasts, digital files do not last. Even cloud doesn't come cheap. Cloud is expensive. Point number 6, storage technologies change over time. What is in current use today may not be valid tomorrow. I'm sure you'll agree to these points. Correct? Right? Printed photographs. The technology today is so brilliant, so good, the way it has evolved. Printed photographs last for more than 100 years. Print, and of course, print generates additional revenue for a photographer. If we as photographers don't print, and if then the client gets their photographs printed elsewhere, then we lose out on that revenue. Print, it's not just album. There are a lot of things that we will be able to print. We can create images to a variety of products. So print generates additional revenue for a professional photographer. Can we go to the next slide, please? Thank you. Why print? Again, children, grandparents, and elders in the family love physical photographs over digital version. it out. Take a wedding album, a photo book, show it to them, show it to elders in the family. And on the other side, when you show them on a tab or a laptop, you'll agree that children, grandparents, and elders in the family love physical photographs over digital version because people like to hold printed objects in their hand. Print also makes great wall decor. Suppose you are covering a wedding, an opportunity is there. Take photographs of couple, uh, elderly parents, grandparents, and create them into wall decor, framing. It will satisfy the clients. They will really like it. Print supports the entire photography industry apart from hugely the end consumer. It is not only about the industry benefiting photographers or the media or the print equipment manufacturers. It is actually first and foremost it benefits the end consumer. Print is engaging and stimulates strong emotional bonds. I'm sure you all, each one of you, as a professional photographer, you'll agree that the moment you hold or your client holds a print in their, the kind of, it is and stimulates a very strong emotional response. And it is not just ink on paper. Earlier, good old days, when prints were just just simple prints, but today there are several ways to enhance the printed sheet, the printed image. There are several post print technologies that helps to enhance it. So print is no more just ink on paper. Next please. So I'm sure many of have used, have taken advantage of the non-tear Technova's non-tear substrate that Anthony Isaac uses at their Indigo Digital Photo Lab. We will talk about that product. That is Nova Life Premium Non-Tear Media. No, it's a very innovative that Technova introduced for primary in India. It started several years ago when albums were made on paper substrate. There were disadvantages on making albums on a paper substrate, and that is when, taking feedback from the market, from customers, from research, consumer study, Technova introduced a very novel, revolutionary premium non called Nova Life. It is not only wedding albums and photo books, but for most of general commercial printing application. I would request you to get in touch, request Mr. Anthony Isaac to show you samples, variety of samples that can be created out of Nova Life media. And these applications have been greatly appreciated and acknowledged by photographers and customers from all over the world for the print quality and long lasting life. Can we go to the next slide, please? Thank you. So there are a lot of benefits when one uses non-tear film compared with paper. You know the benefits very well, but just to wrap up, Can we go to the next slide, please? Yes, next one, please. Next one. Yes, yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Nova Life Premium Non-Tear Films. Shall I log in and log out again? Next, please. Yes, yes. Thank you. Thank you. So we will look at, like I mentioned, Nova Life for photo books. Let's look at Nova Life for photo books. Next slide, please. And can you run the video, please? Next slide and run the video.
The video is not playing. Maybe we will skip.
Try running the video.
The video is not playing. We will skip and move to the next slides.
Video is not playing. Maybe you can later on show it to photographers later on. Okay, just go back to the previous slide. I will just read out. If you can go to the previous slide, please. Previous slide, please. The first video slide. Earlier one, previous. Yes, yes. So you can run the video later on offline. So what I would like to say here that
Are you a professional photographer in Nigeria? Wish to have a stunning wedding photo album or frame photo enlargement? Here is the right place. Indigo Digital Photo Lab, winner of African Quality Achievement Award and pace-setter of photography printing industry in Nigeria. The one and only lab using very sophisticated HP Indigo 5600 synthetic album machine in Nigeria and the very first synthetic photo book production unit in Nigeria. Indigo offers photo printings, photo framings, frameless wooden photo frames, frameless acrylic photo frames, canvas photo printings, split panel canvas prints, production of lay flat regular PVC photo books, and non-tearable synthetic albums. Indigo takes pride in high quality photo printing using latest electro ink printing technology and exquisite handmade photo book with trained and highly skilled team members. Indigo has varieties of photo albums, synthetic sleek photo book, synthetic pet deluxe photo book, and many other unique photo book products. Synthetic high gloss and synthetic deep feather wedding photo albums are the most traditional and formal style of the new generation. Premium package includes main photo album album, miniature album, wall calendar, and semi-wooden customized suitcase. To get our services online, WhatsApp us at 0903-000-2505 or email us at indigophotobook@gmail.com and get them delivered right at your location all over Nigeria. Indigo Digital Central Lab is located in Ikeja, Lagos, and branches are in Maryland, Obalende, Onisha, Warri, and Abuja. Not a photographer? Planning for your wedding? Ask your photographer to get Indigo Photo Book for you. Indigo Digital, trusted printing partner for professional photographers in Nigeria. Thank you for choosing Indigo. Are you a professional photographer in synthetic high gloss and synthetic deep feather wedding photo albums at the most traditional?
Are you You're not sure where to print and bind your lay flat photo books and synthetic albums in Nigeria? Then you have come to the right place. PhotoSpeed Laser Color Lab offers photo printings of all sizes, professional bindings, and fully personalized photo books for your weddings and other events. PhotoSpeed Laser Color Lab takes pride in its high-quality photo book production using the latest cutting-edge printing technology with a highly skilled staff. Our photo books and synthetic albums come in 3 different packages, including basic, standard, and premium. Contact us for price ranges. Now, you can book our services by WhatsApp at 081-541-11000 or email us at photospeedphotobook@gmail.com and get them delivered right at your location all over Nigeria. PhotoSpeed, trusted printing partner for professional photographers in Nigeria.
Up LASPPAN. So we are going to the next session. So the next session is the role of institutions and professionals in institutionalizing photography as a profession in Nigeria. So today we are going to have we're having our panelists here. On our right here is our guy from LASPPAN, Mr. Olu Olabalogu. Sir, you are welcome on stage, sir. I clap for him now, our guy from LASPPAN. So we're having another our guy here, Mr. Kola. Is the convener of Business of Photography. That is it's an international event, and today is going to speak with us and give us some ideas of how we can move forward. Oga Kola, you are welcome, sir. Round of applause for him, please. Round of applause for him, please. And also, we're having our Oga, Dr. Adebola, Dr. Boyola from Nigerian Institute of Journalism, yes. It's the HOD, General Studies. He's here with us to come and discuss this issue with us. August. And you all know our young man here who has been striving, our street ambassador, and also the convener of PCRC conference. So he's also one of our panelists today, Mr. Gaspo. We know you as Gaspo. Okay, you are welcome. So we still need one now, Mr. Paul. We need one more chair. I don't know. No. We still will this one be okay now. So what we'll do is that now. So okay, let's say go help us shift small so that we'll put our moderator. Go shift that. You're not continuing picture. Okay. So our moderator will sit down here. Okay. No, sir. Welcome, sir. It's okay, ladies. All right, sir. So the moderator for this session is our Oga Paul, our Oga for LASPPAN. Oga, you're welcome, sir.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Actually, my name is Paul Timothy. When he said last verb, he means where LASPPAN has the opportunity to get trained annually get retrained annually by Lagos State. So, and that is done in collaboration with LASPPEB, the ministry called LASPPEB, and Wealth Creation. So I am actually the photography facilitator there. Thank you. Yes, I welcome the panelists. Good afternoon to you all. Good afternoon. Well, gentlemen and ladies, as you are aware that this is the second section, and sorry, please. Just a minute. All right, and then we'll be discussing the role of institutions and professionals in institutionalizing photography as a profession in Nigeria. And here on the in front of me here we have two sets of
acrylic photo frames, canvas photo.
We have two sets of people. We have those who are sitting here as professionals in their individual capacities, and then we have those who are also representing institutions. So together we'll be extracting or looking at how both the institutions and the professionals, how they can help institutionalize photography in Nigeria. That's actually the focus of our discourse this afternoon. Welcome once again. I would like to start with Doctor. Sir, you are a lecturer at NIJ, one of the leading institutions in Nigeria that is, we can say, largely responsible for training photojournalists. And then NIJ is also known when it comes to social science studies that has to do with photography and all of that. They are doing very well in Nigeria. But as an institution, can you please tell us how that institution has helped or has been helping to further photography in Nigeria?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. And I stand on the existing protocols. My name is Adeboyeola from the Nigerian Institute of Journalism. And I also do a bit of photography. I used to tell my children that 80% of my income comes from photography. So I am not just talking photography, but I also practice it. But the key issue with practicing photography is at what level are you practicing your own? We know where photography started. It has been a marriage of informal training with formal training. The formal training is just gaining ground more in recent time with most people who have been to maybe higher institutions who are now coming out. I remember many years ago when Vanguard Nigerian Limited tried to recruit graduates to become photographers, where I was lucky to have been picked. It was like, why are you, somebody who has been to university, want to take up photography? In fact, the first day I told my dad that I was going to be a professional photographer, he just looked at me like this. Until I told him that, look at the billboard, that those are the kind of photographs that I will be taking. Then he was relaxed. We showed that photography over time had been narrowed down to those we see around, Onkwayo, Lady B, Yabolu, Auntie Tope. And we used to tell the students when they come to our school that era is going, if it is not gone. And that is where training comes in. In our school, I'm not trying to whether promote the school, but we know that for years in 2006, we've been running programs in the area of focusing on photojournalists. But what we tell those who come in is that you are not being boxed into a corner. You are not just being trained to be a photojournalist, but to be a good damn photographer. And now we are even having some program that has to do with a certificate course in photography, touching different areas of photography, 4 months. But the beauty or the interesting thing about photography is they can tell you how to do something. How you fly or what to do with it is most matters. And a bit of this thing has been touched upon by those who spoke earlier on. Nobody can cover anybody with photography that, like we used to have in the era of analog, when you have to master camera, master this, master that. Everybody is a photographer now. And that is where the challenge is. How do we survive those who have been living the Mexican life? I'll tell that story of Mexican later. Because people think that, what are you doing that I can't do myself? And it's a fact. There are some smart camera now, smartphone that their camera facility is as fantastic as the best of Nikon in terms of images. But I've asked my students sometimes that the day you are wedding, I just said it to one, the day you are wedding, when you pay the photographer, they will come there with iPhone 6 to take your picture. They say, God forbid. So which means there's a limit to the acceptability of phone camera as a professional tool. So for those of us who are carrying the Nikon, the Canon, the Sony, what are we doing with it? But the big question, because I don't want to monopolize these things, and I always pose this question to at every opportunity I have when I meet photographers. What type of photographer are you? Until we are able to answer that question ourselves, our professional progression will remain at a standstill. I think I'll pause for now.
All right, thank you very much. I think we will take it from there. What kind of photographer are you? Thank you very much, Doctor. Let's also direct this to LASPPAN. So we can also hear, Dr. Boye has told us how Nigerian Institute of Journalism has been helping to train photographers. And that is one way by which they are institutionalizing photography in Nigeria. Now, LASPPAN is the ministry that is saddled with vocational training, so to say, in Lagos State. And I'm aware that you have various vocations, where you train people at. Now, but particularly on photography and videography, because when we talk about photography, we cannot leave out videography, because they are sisters of the same mother. So, sir, how has your institution, or LASPPAN as an institution, also tried to help photographers and videographers in Nigeria?
Thank you, Mr. Moderators. And still standing on the existing protocols, let me start by saying that photographers are not just point-and-shoot people. I see them as historians. They tell histories. Things that has happened even before we were born, we study them through photography. One thing I remember about my childhood is that I saw a photograph that was taken, I think, when I was about 1 year old, where I was wearing a girl clothes in those days. black and white. I saw it, I asked my mother, who is this? He said, that was you. I said, this one is a girl. He said, no, it's you. That photo is still with me till today. I kept it so dearly because that is the only history I have about my background. So I would say a big thumb up for all the photographers.
That's a great one.
Let me now go back to the issue of institutionalizing photography. There is a Yoruba proverb that says that whatever act that you are practicing, that you are keeping away youth from, will end abruptly. If you don't institutionalize photography, what will other people learn from? How would they improve? This very age now is about packaging. If you want to sell a product, whether it is good or bad, but you want that thing to sell, you need a photographer. The way the photographer takes the photograph and the artist works on it and produce the package will tell to the people even better, it will speak better than what is inside that packet. Because you have showcased things in another way that is not the usual way that people used to see it. But majority of photographers that we have these days, they don't know their what. I'm very sorry to say this. Some of us here don't know what we are carrying. Just like our great photographer said here earlier on, Don Baba. We don't know what we are carrying. Today, I'm sorry to say, China has turned every one of us to photographers. As long as you can carry a phone that has camera, you call yourself a photographer. You are not, if you are not trained. I remember those days when we were growing, you see a man wants to take ordinary passport. I will call it ordinary, but it's beyond ordinary. They will first of all sit you very well. They will go back, cover their head with that pinhole camera in those days. Cover their head, look at your posture, drop the clothes, come back to you. Before they will take a shot, maybe 10 or 20 minutes has gone. But today, how many of us here, photographers, knows about those era? How many of us practice those acts of photography? But all these things are somewhere that if you don't institutionalize it, people will not know about it. But if you bring it back to this current situation now, people will learn and know where all these things start from before we get to where we are today. Institutionalizing photography comes in when you bring in new things that is happening in the world of photography to train people to know about it. How is LASPPAN helping in doing this?
All right.
The Minister of Wealth Creation and Employment is well known in Lagos State as the coordinator of artisans all over Lagos. Every year they train all artisans. They upskill them, not training them, they upskill them. And they come to us to carry out the upskilling because we are in the art of training. So the last year when they gave me the list of the trades to be trained, I looked at it about 23 and I saw photography and videography inside. And I said, this is one area that we don't have instructors in our college. But I will go out and get the best of people that are, or person that can train in this field. And that was how I got to meet him. Mr. Paul, I've never met him before. Someone gave me his name and I called him on phone and he came over to meet with me and we discussed. And I said to him, it's not about taking photograph. Everybody can take photograph. But what are the secrets behind it? How can they do it better? So we are ready to always upskill using the best of personnel that are available. But at the same time, LASPPAN is not just stopping until wealth creation comes to us to train before we know what to do. Last year, we completed a structure in Iwaya. Just very close to this secondary school. There's one girls' secondary school in Iwaya. I've forgotten the name now. Before Fasiloma. We have a very big structure there now. And that place is coming out to be a multimedia center. Multimedia center in the sense that we are bringing in photography, videography, and every other thing in digital world that can be used to produce qualified technicians, not artisans this time around. Because we belittle ourselves when we call ourselves artisans. People look down on you and say, artisan last Sunday, what does it know? What does she know? Packaging is very important. It is what you call yourself. Your man will say that if you value what you have, people will respect you. If you value yourself, they will respect you. Don Baba was talking about pricing. Pricing cannot change if you yourself does not change. If you want to charge 5,000 naira for a photograph, for a passport photograph, or 10,000 naira for a passport photograph, you start by upgrading your studio, upgrading your outlook. Even your signage out there must speak volume about you. Even before they enter into your studio, they already know that where I'm entering into, I'm going to pay more. Not that you just put, just like my colleague said here just now, Sherry photo studio out there. And I will call me and I said, I want to take photograph, tell me 700 naira.
All right, sir, please let me pause you there a little and then probably throw a poster to you. Because we're actually looking at how your institution, LASPPAN, is actually helping to institutionalize photography. Yes, you have mentioned some ways by means of training or retraining of photographers, especially in Lagos State, which is your domain. But furthermore, because you talked about, you've just started talking about the value of photographs, how people need to run their businesses and all of that. Now, are there any ways LASPPAN is coming in? Because it is one thing to train people. And as much as I can remember, the training lasts for 8 weeks.
8 weeks.
Which is
8 weekends.
Yes, 8 weekends. That is 2 months.
Yeah.
At a stretch, 3 days, thereabouts, for 8 weeks. Yes, they get the knowledge. They get the skill. But what about empowering them in other ways to help them achieve some of those things that you are now directing to them, which is getting a good studio, probably their equipment and all of that. As an institution, what do you do during those trainings that can help them, either during or after the training?
Thank you very much. I think if you are well aware during the training, there is what we call entrepreneurship training, which we added to the training itself. If you are not versatile in the ways of doing things, you might not know how to do it better. That's why we introduced entrepreneurship into the training. But now talking about how we are helping, after the training, all the artisans that were upskilled were supported by Lagos State government. They were given starter packs.
Okay, in cash, in equipment?
In equipment.
Okay.
Equipment. About the photography, I wouldn't know what they give to them because it's our own function to upskill. It's for the wealth creation to do the graduation. I was there. I saw them being given starter packs in bags. But I don't know what they give to the photographers. Okay, but at the same time, we are having a training section even in our colleges. Okay. For the age of 15 to 18, in our college in Ikorodu, we carry out training. And we encourage centers to come up. Your association can decide to build a training center. And once that is done, call on us to come and look at the place, and we give you certification. Because without our certification, you cannot operate.
That's right, okay. Thank you very much. Yes, we'll move to another panelist. Let's quickly move to Mr. Shola. Mr. Kola. Pardon me, please. Mr. Kola. A great professional photographer par excellence. We know what struggle it takes for a photographer in Nigeria to find his feet and to stand out. There are quite a number of people who are in this profession. Can you just briefly tell us how you have managed to stand out? Let's begin from there, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Kola Oshalusi. I'm a photographer. I'm a fellow colleague, and I see lovely faces that I've I've met a couple of times here. And it's an honor to be here, sharing knowledge with you. An honor to be with the people on the panel. And I want to say well done to the whole ESCOs and the team at LASPPAN. I think we started a bit of engagement, in-depth engagement in the last few months, and I can say categorically that I'm impressed at the transition of the journey, and I see great things happening. To quickly jump into that question, how do you stand out? I don't think there's any specific way to stand out rather than being yourself. We're all unique beings, created by a unique God, and we're created to be who we are. And I don't think the world needs any other thing than you. Everybody is born a creative. Every single person is born a creative.
Photographers, did you hear that?
But the key thing the world wants to see is you. And I'll take a simple example. Don. Growing up, not that I wanted to be a photographer. I never studied photography. So I'll say I got to know about Don a bit later. My later is not like 2 years ago, though. I mean, I wish I had known him way before. But for every little time I've spent listening to him over the phone or by chance and by luck sitting with him, he's been a body of knowledge, extreme body of knowledge. And the reality is what has stood him out is him. He never minds his words. He calls it the way it is. He's a professional to the core. He is trained and is somebody who is zealous for knowledge. And that's him. That's who he is. And that's who the world wants to see.
All right, let me just... So what you are saying in essence is people like Don actually inspired you.
Oh,
all right, that's
if he didn't inspire you and you're here, then there's a problem.
All right, that's a great one. So please, can we give it up for Don? All right, that's nice. So please, furthermore, I would, you see, there is this, is it a might or is it a belief among the, it's very common among the upcoming photographers, the creatives. The belief that, there's this popular belief actually. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Lawyers don't say upcoming lawyers.
All right. Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Don. Thank you very much. So that's taken. Yes. All right. So, thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir. That is why we have the elders in our midst. And that is another mark that stands him out. All right, then. So I think for the purpose of this discussion, let us stay on, I'd rather stay on junior colleagues. Okay? So there is actually this popular belief among the junior colleagues that those who are up there, like yourself, Don, and some other people, that they don't usually embrace them. They don't want to show them the secret to the kind of success they have. What can you say to this?
So I've heard this a couple of times. And I think that's the lazy way to think. The first time I ever spoke to Don, never met him personally. I called him. I don't know if Don would remember. I called him the first time. I said, "Sir, I want to come see you." He said, "Okay." We talked over the phone. I told him why and everything. We scheduled a date. I got there, I got to a studio in Surulere, he was not around. I stayed, I walked around that place, called him, tried everything, because I left everything that I wanted to come spend time with him. And I never met him. But did that stop me from trying to reach out again? No. I am the one seeking knowledge. I am the one thirsty for knowledge. I am the one looking to upscale. What am I willing to bargain for it? So if you're not willing to bargain, invest, pay, then you're not ready. I mean, I can say that now when I finally met him, I tried reminding him, I came to say, to him, it's like, I was not there, sorry. And to me, that's okay. You understand? But I'm the one thirsting. I'm the one that needs it. So when you say the older ones do not want to help, the question is, how much are you thirsting? Do you tell your lecturer in the university to come look for you because you want to learn? So don't take it for granted the fact that they are accessible. If they are accessible, then find them. If truly you want to grow, then invest in growth. No one's going to come hand it out to you. You have to find it. You have to invest. And that's the only way.
That's right. Thank you very much. So we'll leave it at that for now. Thank you very much. Then let's go to Mr. Gaspard, Gaspo, the popular Gaspo, the convener of PCRIC. He pulls crowd. We know you pull crowd on your platforms, your various platforms. At least I'm a part of some of those platforms. And I see what you do. You bring people together to train people on the platform. You also conduct some photo walks and all of that. Well, aside from this that you do on the platform and then the photo walks that you have from time to time, are there other ways that you have also adopted in helping photographers, reaching out to photographers, helping to encourage them in what they do? Please.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name's Gaspar Lihuenu Kuchika, but you can call me Gaspo. Let me say. Okay, so I'm so pleased to be among the panelists and up LASPPAN. Yes, now I'll be part of one now, so I know. So, okay, so your question is yes, I have a lot of ways, and one of it is the annual conference.
Okay, what is it about?
Yeah, it's about learning, relearning, and yes, on learning. You understand? So, and the idea is that, okay, if my junior colleagues could not be able to afford to pay monthly, maybe a module, maybe the one of 300,000, blah, 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 okay. But once in the year, they can come together, not digitally now, but physically, and other senior colleague of mine will come, either in practical way or a conversation way, to bring out those things that they want to know, but they could not be able to afford. But that day, or the duration, maybe 2 days event like that, conference like that, there is no way that they will not be able to
actually benefit.
Yes,
right?
And to cover that part, question you asked him, that access.
So you give them that physical access.
Yeah, they will have the chance to meet with these people and be able to hear them out, be able to interact with them.
And get this knowledge.
And get with
All
to
right.
know them.
Yes, so just hold that thought while I ask this question, because you've just hit a chord here. Yes, there is also this belief that those of you who kind of gather people online, photographers, creatives, that you most times do this not necessarily out of passion to help people grow, but to, in a way, you set it up as a business. That sometimes you even ask people to do some registrations and all of that. Can we truly say that it's a good way to go as a professional in helping your other colleagues?
Truth be told, if you have to be true to ourselves, now this hall costs an amount, isn't it? And I'm learning something now for like 2 years now, and I've spent close to 300,000. Okay. Data, registration, and all that. What is it? AI. Okay. Now, 200,000, and I've not done yet.
That's as an investment.
Yes,
in yourself.
I've not done yet.
Okay.
Now, a junior colleague will now say, okay, I want you to be my mentor, not coming in directly to learn from me, and all 0 naira. No, now, let us be sincere.
Well,
the data I will use to train you for free.
Okay.
But I'm paying. And when you finish, you will go and get money out of it. So how do you want me to continue investing? Now, the PCR conference that we put up is even lower than my senior colleague.
Okay, so there's a competition.
Now,
charge very high.
If there is no sponsor,
okay.
Now, and I need to do this for the junior one to learn. Now, and I ask you to pay 5,000, and I'm trying to use a comfortable place, Oriental Hotel. For 7 years, we have used that place. It got to a point whereby I noticed that half of the people that will come in attendance are begging for free. So I turned it to free. And I begin to seek for sponsors. And this is worth of 3 million naira. So how am I going to get it?
All right. So thank you very much. I think. Okay, you want to add to it?
So let's.
Okay.
Sorry. So let me. I'm sorry. Let me just quickly, so we don't take too much of our time, and then we can drive this conversation quickly. If we're here to have a conversation about institutionalization,
please, can we have some decorum, please? Can we have some decorum, please? Yes, Mr. Akola, you may continue.
So if we're here to drive conversations about institutionalization and growth and evolution, we need to be serious. This question you just asked, I'm sorry, I don't think it's serious. And this is why I say it's not serious. Nothing in life is free. Nothing. The Christians will tell you someone paid for the salvation of your soul. You can never get anything valuable free. Everything you get free, someone is paying for it. So you can't say you're not helping colleague by making money. Why am I investing in knowledge? I mean, look at what Don, the quick example Don made about Pa Uchukere and the university that won't take him on. I think it's absurd. Do you know how much hours and investment in knowledge got him to the place he's been to? The sleepless nights. Who's paying for the sleepless nights? Research has taught us that when you fail to sleep at least 9 hours a day, you pay for it later in life. That's an investment. So if someone is investing in that much, and then you're saying it should be free, then you're a joker. You can't get anywhere. The conference we do, with all the support we get, with every help, we spend minimum, every year 15 million to put it together. Everybody on my team, we don't have sponsors. If I'm into physical and material wealth, I know what I can turn 15 million to in 365 days, turning it around. So if I'm going to spend that money to get a space, to create a venue for people to come and learn for free, and then you say I'm not accessible, then there's a problem. So we need to begin to look at it from that point, that if we need to grow as an institution, as if we need to talk about institutionalization, as professionals, then we need to invest in knowledge.
Thank you very much. I think Doctor wants to say something, but then, okay, go ahead, sir.
I think I just want to contribute to this conversation.
All right.
What my speaker, what they said, they are absolutely right. And our inimitable Dombaba also said, nothing is free, neither in Lagos nor Freetown.
That's right.
But there's a way to go about this thing, like a midpoint, which at the end of the day, every party will benefit from. I asked a question first. I said, what kind of photographer are you? If you are able to answer that question, I will ask another one. Why are you in photography? That's the second question. The third one is, who is your motivator? Who is your mentor? If you don't have a mentor in photography, you are not yet there. And it's going to be a challenge. Nothing is expensive in life, and nothing is cheap. It's the value we place on everything.
Exactly.
By the time you have somebody like Don Baba as your mentor, you will not be talking with a poverty mindset. Because you want to be like him. If you are not yet there, you are looking forward to the day when you sell one photograph for 500,000. By the time you have somebody like him as a mentor, and he's telling you how he got there, he did training, then you start value training. Let me tell my colleagues, for several years, there was a time when Kodak used to organize this training. I think for LASPPAN too, they benefited from it. They used to have it free in the past. But the era of free things is gone. Everybody has a bill to pay. Let's face facts.
All right.
But another way to go about it is to have sponsors. And so if we can look into that, which is what we've been doing, it will defray the cost that individuals will pay. But I will be getting knowledge as if it was part of the cost that our Lord Jesus Christ paid for. It may not be true. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, I believe when Mr. Kola said the question was not a serious question, you can actually see it's a serious question. Because, yes, to some people here, to some people on this side, it might be unreasonable for one to ask that kind of question. But for the purpose of clarity, it is important that people on the other side also understand why this is important. Thank you. So, but because we are really racing against time, so we just have to please now concentrate on specifics now. Yes, let me come back to the institutions now. And I would want to start with Doctor. Yes, sir. Please, can we have some decorum, please, so that we can benefit from this very all-important discussion. Sir, in places like in New York, they have places they call MoMA. Then in Paris, in London, there are institutions come together. Institutions actually, they build museums, they have galleries, because when we talk about creatives, I don't know what we can compare with what creatives chunk out. And like one of our speakers was saying, or the panelist was saying, that he saw a photograph where he was putting on a dress and made him look like a girl. And he was told that that was him when he was a child. And in fact, that was the only photograph he had of his childhood. And that is great. So, what are the institutions in Nigeria doing Because when we talk about institutionalizing photography, videography, we are talking also about how these materials are being preserved so that people can come. I know I am a product of NIJ, and I know how principled they took us through our lectures there, the targets they set and all of that. And I know that that institution have actually chunked out a lot of, especially photojournalists, which is the one I'm very familiar with. And they have so many works, worth trillions of naira. And there is nowhere they go and talk about their growth without making reference to NIJ. But when we come to this institution, can we find things that have been generated by these people in terms of galleries or museums? And if not, is it possible for institutions to start looking at this, and how possible it is? Sir.
Yeah, thank you for that question, because we should not pretend as if we are coming from nowhere. The Goethe Institute, Alliance Française, and a host of these foreign embassies have over the years been promoting art and photography. I think the question should be from we Nigerians, what are we doing? And I know quite a lot of Nigerians who are obeying and thinking, are putting things up that in some years to come, we start seeing that, look, we are gradually getting there.
Sir, please.
I know Adedayo is doing something.
Yes, because I was going to say, is it on individual as
it has to start from
institutions?
It has to start from individuals first, because it costs money. But let's look at the institution where you talk. Let me use NIJ for instance.
All right, sir.
What you are talking about is strictly documentation and archiving.
Exactly, sir.
It needs money.
Okay.
And
Agreed.
the other thing we also have discovered is that not many of us appreciate or fully have a full grasp of what archiving and documentation is all about. I know that at another forum, Don Baba spoke at length on this. I can't remember now. And it now boils down to even individuals. How well are we preserving our images? Because at the end of the day, the institution will leverage and collect materials from individual photographers. Some people will have to buy them, because there's little each of us can do on our own, except we come together. Like I said, we are not yet there in terms of archiving and documentation. But I know there are many photographers who are highly enlightened, who are well exposed, who are thinking along this line. And they have already started it on individual basis. And I know at the end of the day, because they want that legacy to last, they are likely to be partnering with institutions they know can keep their dreams alive. So it's an ongoing discussion. Right. We are not yet there.
All right.
But we are starting from somewhere.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. Yes, please let me direct this question to Mr. Kola again. Yes, Mr. Kola, because we have heard from, especially you two professionals, yeah, on how you have, helped. But mostly you laid emphasis on the need to pay the price to get the knowledge that you seek. But what does the role of mentorship? Where does mentorship come in when, we are looking up to these professionals? Is there any room? Do you grant mentorship, rooms to these young photographers?
Either go to school or you do an apprenticeship. Yes, there's nothing like mentorship. When people who I have mentored came through faith, there was one thing called Faith Foundation. right? They were students of Faith Foundation, and Faith Foundation approached me and paid me to mentor them. They didn't come to my place free of charge. People like Mudamo, Theophilus Emmanuel. Mudamo, I got to know Mudamo through Faith Foundation, right? So when people say, I have friends who have children, and they say, oh, the children want to become photographers, can they come and whatever? What do I do for a living? Right? So when you use the word mentor, then they give my number to their son, and he starts to bother me. And I'm in Port Harcourt, I am in Willie, I'm working and everything. I say, oh, young man, I'm not in town and everything. He tells his father that he's been calling me, and I'm not replying. What does that mean? If his father, as my friend, has paid me 100,000 for 1 week to train him, I will make out time for 1 week,
yes, sir,
and do his training.
Yes, sir.
And after that 1 week of his training,
yes, sir,
he has line to me to call me at whatever time he likes. Right?
Yes, sir.
I say, oh, I can't do this, I can't do that. I say, do it this way, do it that way. Let's get away from this mentorship thing. It's nothing. You either go and do an apprenticeship.
But Don, sir, what is the difference? Sorry, we are now kind of, because where you have Don, I must tell you, if you have Don at a gathering, he will not see anything that is not on fit pass by and not comment. So, and we must always appreciate him for that. But, sir, I stand to be corrected. Except if we are saying that mentorship, that when I said mentorship, that it's actually free. I think that mentorship and apprenticeship, to some extent, are similar. To some extent. Whether you are doing it for free, or you are now charging a fee.
Let me show you something. Let me tell you something about society.
Yeah.
You go to a carpenter.
All right.
Some lady or man or something takes his son.
Yeah.
And says, oh, I can't afford to take him any further in education. Please.
Take my son.
Take my son and teach him carpentry.
Yes, sir.
When he accepts him to teach him carpentry, if they're not paying, he does not pay that boy. That boy sweeps, cleans, runs his errands, does everything for him, right?
Yes.
And he starts to go and buy rice, go and clean the garage, go and clean the workshop, do whatever. He's not paying, but he's doing something in return for his apprenticeship.
His master, yeah.
As they move along, after about a year, 2, 3, or 4, 5 years of him having been an apprentice, right, he becomes a craftsman. Yeah?
Exactly,
He
sir.
becomes a fellow craftsman.
Yes, sir.
And at a point in time, like in Lagos, if you go to garages and places, they say they're about to do. You know, when you use a place, they say, I'll go do my freedom next week.
Yes, yes.
Because he's seen you coming to work in his Oga's garage for your car, for your carpentry or whatever. And you've become his friend because you're his Oga's customer.
Yes.
And on the day of his freedom, that garage does nothing because that day is freedom. His parents and other people dress up. His Oga's colleagues, in our tradition, they put palm oil, sugar, salt, this, that. They do everything. And the Oga is the last person to talk. His Oga colleagues advise him and say, don't start to take your Oga's customers, or don't do this, don't do that, whatever, this. They put oil on his head. They put sugar in his mouth. They put salt in whatever.
Don't, sir, for the sake of time. Now, what is that called? That is, of course, to me, I would say that is the informal way of training people.
He gets his freedom thereafter.
Yes. And so are we saying that these days that it should not be encouraged? I'm talking not exactly in that way.
It should be encouraged. You cannot learn. If you're not paying for it, then you're going to have to serve me.
Okay, fine. So the point here is, yes, there is room for mentorship, but you have to pay.
You can't even send them to go and buy your rice. I don't come here to do boy for you.
Ogadon, let's look at it this way. Please, let us listen to something very interesting.
Please, House. I would like you to really pay attention to this because it's very, very important. The people that you see seated here, they have a wealth of knowledge that you can tap from. Please, thank you.
Please, I want to throw a question to us. Who has been practicing for, let's say, 20 years now among us here as photographers?
It's a question to the house.
Okay. Maybe 3. Less than 5 years.
You've been practicing for less than 5
years. Less than 10 years. Okay. I want to ask you a question. Please, who is your mentor? Gospel. Okay? How many times have you had any discussion at informal level with Gospel? Learning from? You've never had any direct contact with him. He's not your mentor. Huh? He's just your admirer, somebody you admire. But when you say a mentor, like you've chosen Gospel now, the expectation is that as a photographer, you have to look at Gospel's work. Study his work. Then, in studying his work, that is when you now say, oh, I like the way Gospel does his photography. I like his style of photography, and I want to be like that. It's not that you are now seeing Gospel as a trainer, which I think is the wrong impression we have had of mentorship. If you want somebody to train you, it's either you go to an informal place or you go to a formal place. We have formal schools where they teach photography. And majority of the old photographers here, we learn photography through apprenticeship. That is informal. Most people went to school, did not go through whether formal school or informal. They learned it through the hard way, either through watching videos, listening to audio books, reading books, and start practicing trial and error, and then they eventually found their faith. I advised us that we should have a mentor. Why I said that was that in moving forward, nobody is going to train us as photographers because we are already taking photographs. But somebody can help us become a better photographer. And that is what a mentor should do.
Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, I think it is a topic we may not be able to exhaust here. Sorry, while discussions were going on,
LASPPAN.
All right, thank you very much. Just very quickly, let me ask this from our LASPPAN representative. Probably this will be the last one for your end, sir. Sir, you talked, while you were making a speech the other time, you talked about certification. You said if anyone has an academy or wants to start up a photography business where he wants to train people and all of that, that they need to get the right of issuing certificates through the LASPPAN. And I think that is also another way of actually institutionalizing photography, the proper way. Please, can you enlighten us more on this?
Thank you very much. Once again, my name is Alausa Lagos. When you talk about certification, that means you have an institution. For an institution to graduate people, we've been talking about informal way of training. The day of freedom, like Don was saying, is the day you receive your certificate. That means your boss is recognized. Now, when you now talk about a formal setting must have a place of training, must have qualified instructors that will deliver the training, must have good equipment that is needed in that field to deliver the training properly. Once you have all this and you want to operate in Lagos State, the first thing is for you to seek approval of the government that you want to go into this business. You are no longer a photographer now. You are now a trainer. So for you to be a certified trainer, you must get government recognition. You must get government approval. And that is where LASPPAN comes in when you talk about skill training in Lagos State. So you must seek approval. We need to know the kind of structure that you have. We need to know the kind of equipment that you have, whether it is even enough to train in this present age or not. Then we need to know who are your resource people. What is their qualification? What do they know in this field before bringing them in? Not that you just give us the name of somebody and we get there, that person is not working with you. So we want to do the proper thing by checking everything that you have on ground and before we give you an approval. One thing that is very, very important, it is possible for me to answer a name, Wallex Photography Institution, whereas there's someone that has been in the trade over 50 years ago that bears that same name. So there must be a name search so that there's no clash of interest in the field. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, sorry for the want of time. We will have to bring this discussion to a close here, but it will still continue online and through other of our channels. To my panelists, I want to say a very big thank you. Thank you for coming. We hope when next we call you for such exposition, you will still aid us. Thank you very much. Thank you. Please, can we give it up for them?
Is it working? All you photographers here, look here, look here, look at this table. Everybody here. Look for this, look here. This is the greatest undoing of you photographers. Look at, I left television production about 38 years ago. I was a producer director in the NTA, and I'm the fifth member of what you know today as Nigerian Network Service. See, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They go out as a crew. You photographers or we photographers, we get a job, we go out alone. Yet you want somebody to hold reflector for you. How do you get the person you're training to learn if you do not have some young person as a photographer's assistant? Look at it. It's reduced to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In my time, it was 8. Because the ENG, when it was a film camera days, when you had film cameras, you had loader, you had clapperboard, you had this, you had that, you had 2 other people. Now, because of digitalization, we've reduced the crew to about, you can't see a TV crew or anything to do with television. But most of us, when you do this, you don't have a crew, you get disrespected. Because, so you cannot be effectively a good worker in photography if you do not have somebody helping you out to hold reflectors, to read light for you, or to do something. You'll be there, you do this. The moment you leave what you're doing to go and correct that thing, you've missed the event.
Up LASPPAN. So now we are going to deal with it. Just next 10 minutes, about 15 minutes now we are going. So our last topic now is on how to get our equipment. How to get our equipment. A little quick, and I know that one. How to get our equipment. They'll give them. So we are going to now deal on how we'll get our equipment. So Canon and Elan are going to discuss with us. So it's just a story. So but before they come in, Elena Eko will just talk for 5 minutes for us. Madam, when I can't go up now, we all got there. Sir, hello, sir. Okay. Call come there. Okay, it's your turn, sir. It's your turn, sir. Up LASPPAN, please sit down, sit down. We want to discuss now. We are in the last session now. Last session we are going in the next 10-15 minutes. Okay. No, okay, here you go sit down, sir. Here you go sit down, sir. Okay, sir. Sit down now. Okay, here you go sit down here. Okay, sir. You're welcome. We're waiting for you, sir. Up LASPPAN. So this is going to be our final session. So we want to discuss how do we get support for our equipment, for our businesses. So that's the topic of this very session. And also, what kind of equipment do we need today as professional photographers that can help us to proceed further? So as you can see from our panelists here, we have our guy again. Our guy today we'll go use the tire today, sir. I'll tell you like that. So our guy Don Baba, it doesn't need any introduction. It's a household name. And our guy there from Elan, so he's going to make a little presentation first concerning Elan before we proceed. Thank you, sir.
Okay, I was just thinking. Okay. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Andrew Emonua. I work with Equipment Leasing Association of Nigeria. Don't worry, no problem. I can just talk through them. Yes, but not the problem. Not the problems. No problems. I think basically, I want to say I'm at home. Because what actually kept me here all this while, what actually brought me here was because of my daughter. It's that time my daughter, she would have been here with me, but she's with this post-jam stuff, right? And when she graduated from secondary school just last year, I was just thinking, what do you want to do? She said she wants to become a photographer. I said, whoa. I said, oh, you want to become a photographer? Fine. I had to send her to the Lagos State Government Training Institute, somewhere in my area. I think she did a course for 6 months. Now she's asking me to get her a camera. I was surprised when Don was talking about, our head guy was talking about a camera that costs almost $1 million. I said, oh, I'm in trouble, $1 million. How do I get to get $1 million? I was just thinking that it's about $250 or that, but I said, okay, no problem, I'll get it for you through leasing. I'll lease a camera for you, and that will be all. Now it's not $1 million, so I need to gather more funds to spread the term. So, okay, there's $250. Okay, maybe she has to start with that. Oh, okay. So, but yes, it is. It is. Yes, that you use. Absolutely, because she has been asking for data, and she has been doing all sort of research, and that's why I'll be here since I've been hearing all the conversation and about creativity and about how you want to leverage on what you need to do. He just told me one again, it's about your head. And I'm so happy. Part of why I even stayed all this while was because of him. It's not about photography only. He taught us a lot of corporate governance, talked about a lot of corporate PRO things, corporate imaging, which we only want to learn from you, and that is quite good. That is talking about experience. Now you see what we're talking about. Incidentally, in Ireland, we've done something before with your association. That is the good news about it. So years back, when during Fashola time, I suppose, when the artisans were trained, the next thing was how do you equip them to apply their trade? And part of what we did was to work with the Lagos government then, I think the Ministry of Commerce and Industry. And we were able to come out with a product that empowers various artisans. I think Photographers Association, LASPPAN was equally part of them. She has a picture there. Maybe when you see the picture, some of you that were there then, you probably go say, oh. So and they were, various items were actually done. And thankfully, there was no inch about the transaction. Everything went smoothly. And that's kudos to you, to the association. That's very good. So we are almost like at home, and we want to equally spread the gospel of leasing. Now, what is leasing itself? We call it equipment leasing. I work at the association level. My colleague is there. What lease is all about is just a simple contractual agreement between two parties. Okay, we have somewhere they're going to provide equipment for you, and somewhere you are the beneficiary, you are the we call them the lessee, right? But what is important is that the equipment is given to you based on your specification, and that was why I got to learn that it's not only the camera that matters. Then I think we did a lot of laptops and some other gadgets to be able to apply the trade, and which was quite good. Everything went well. So what that does for you is that you enter into a contract with the provider of the equipment. You know the equipment that you want. You buy, you go to the vendor or whatever. I see a lot of vendors here. You buy the vendor, buy the equipment, and you'll be paying as agreed. It could be monthly, it could be weekly. In your case, then it was monthly. And everything went. As you apply your trade, as you are getting money, you are paying for that. So you don't have to wait until you have all that. Yes, people talk about studio, talking about equipment, talking about this. You don't have to wait to gather all those money before you can actually start moving. Just like my daughter, I think she was going to get one very soon. I said, let her do our post-jam first. Then can I get her? And she actually got a contract for us already. Okay, she's going to cover my conference in November, the Nationalist Congress of Ireland. So you can imagine that kind of thing. So those are the kind of things we want to look about. And how does it really work? Apart from the contract itself, I told you, most cases, there are two types of leases, right? We have to call the finance lease and the operating lease. But for your purpose, it's going to be like a finance lease, because operating lease are for the big equipment, okay? And it's basically in oil and gas, all those kind of heavy sector. Okay, you see a lot of aircrafts, you see a lot of even star buses, all those things are not necessarily bought by the company. They are actually on lease, right? But in your case, we will call the finance lease. Finance lease is just like what you normally call, similar like, I don't want to, people, yeah, thank you, sir. I don't want them to use that word because I is so rudimentary, it's so crude. It's just like that. So you take the equipment and you pay gradually, and after paying, it becomes yours. It's just a matter of documentation. It makes life easy for everybody. And that's what we do. Like, for instance, I just give us simple example. You know, when my children were growing up, my wife was like, the house help now left, and she was like, I want to kill her with, sorry, apology to the ladies. He said, I want to kill her with work. Only I will do this. Only I will wash clothes. This is, have I employed a slave to come and slave in my house? I said, okay, no problem. What do you want? So when I went to work the following day, when I was coming back, I had contact in the leasing industry. I just went to one of my members. I said I wanted a washing machine, right, for Tomacool. And on my way, I just picked the washing machine. And when I got to the house, I said, look at washing machine. I was just going to put the machine there. And she was saying it's a lie. I say it's a true. So she actually gave me an award that time. She gave me an award of Husband of the Day award. Only of the day. Because tomorrow that she might change her mind. You know, women, tomorrow she will say, this stupid man again. So only that day, Husband of the Day award. So we can see how convenient it is. You can actually get those things conveniently. Thankfully, it has worked with your association. So it's not a matter of whether it has not worked. And the conditions are not things that are so out of the blues, right? They'll look at you. They'll look at what your cash will go to accommodate. The way they'll treat our header here, it might not be the same way they'll treat the upcoming photograph, for instance. And it depends on the kind of equipment that you actually want. Okay, the junior colleagues. Sorry about that. Okay, so it's not going to be the same way, right? And it's not the kind of quantum of equipment that it requires that the other one, the junior colleague will actually require. So everything is about convenience, right? What they need to do, when you approach a leasing company, they're probably going to ask you, either you fill a form or you write a simple application letter to them. But in this case, I think they came as an association. So they came as an association, and that makes it a bit easier. Instead of you approaching the leasing company on your own, when you have an agreement with the association, you go there, everybody, I think the association then pull the various equipment that they require, and they now discuss with the leasing company. And the leasing company gave them the terms, which I just mentioned some of that to you, and it went well for them. So it's like the association then now guaranteed, I suppose, I think that was what happened, guarantees the transaction. So, and all the members paid, no one left. Everybody paid as at when due. And also, things are getting, as you pay, you're going to do more, but we didn't see you again. So we didn't see you again. So it's quite flexible. It's quite easy. I like the word creativity, and this is creative financing authority. That's what I call it. Very creative. They will listen to you, look at your cash flow pattern, and they will structure the lease is in accordance to your cash flow pattern. So you'll be paying gradually. As you are making money, you are paying. And you just sign. After you look at the equipment that you want, because they don't have all the equipment. They don't have that kind of thing. So you say, I want this camera. I want this laptop. I'm going to get it from this. They'll ask you to bring the invoice. And they'll talk to the vendor that sells it. And the vendor will say, okay, fine. After you must have signed an agreement with them, they will now pay for the equipment. And they deliver the equipment to you. Okay? And you'll be paying in accordance. So some of those things are things that are easily done. Right? I know the question that you'll be asking me is that, what's your interest rate? At least you don't talk about interest rate. I know you say yes. So it's not about interest rate. It's about money over money. Okay? This is just like what you are used to. You know, those days, I think our daughter probably got us that. Those days we used to ride bicycle, right? We used to hire bicycle. It's also 1 hour. If you see 1 hour, you know what happens. So this guy, or you leave your slippers. So those are the kind of things we talk about. But in essence, it is very convenient way of acquiring. So no matter the kind of equipment you want to acquire, it's a very convenient way. I think I had to stop there because I don't need to bore you with more details. I think that when we want to progress, it will progress at the association level, so they will get discussion with them. Maybe Yemi can show the picture that we did that time, you can see it, so that they will just see it. Thank you. Why they are equally discussed. Thank you so much.
So we would like our guy to talk more to us concerning the kind of equipment that we need today, and also how we think we can be able to pay back our equipment. Because buying the equipment is not the issue. Can you pay it back? Some of us will buy equipment for 1 million and charge it for one naira. Our guy will talk more on that for us.
Well, I'm glad Elan is here. What we need to address next is insurance, equipment insurance. I have tried so much to push that in this country, and nobody's listening to us. But if a company like this, if you look up photography camera insurance on the internet, it's all over the place in England, in America. Cameras are insured. Then you'll be shocked that some of the best and top photographers abroad don't have equipment. They don't keep no equipment. They don't own it. Even the BBC, as you see, the BBC has very rudimentary equipment. If they need to do what you've just done about the coronation of King Charles, you can't get 60 cameras from BBC. It's not possible. They call in the people who need to bring in the equipment they need, because when you see, it's flawless. When you see how the cortege, whatever is from the Buckingham Palace, it gets up to a point, it switches to whatever. You have 60 cameras en route to the Westminster. The BBC hasn't got 60 cameras. So they hire. So top photographers too abroad, some of them don't have equipment. They have their rudimentary equipment that they need. Now, based on the job, they hire. Right? So, but here we cannot talk about hire and the rest of it, but we can talk about insurance, because insurance will guarantee that if anything happens with that equipment, at least you'll be able to get something else soon. It can be backed up. Now, as regards to equipment, there's nothing in photography that has to do with equipment. If you look at all the old photographs of Ansel Adams and the rest of it, they don't have what we have today. It has to do with knowledge. The photography is in your head. If you look at the iris of a camera, or what you have, it's like the human eye. It's exactly like the human eye. The photography is like the human eye. So that's why it's called vision. Creativity has to do with vision, perception. Yes, you visualize things in your head. So, because you can change the plug in your house now, if something happens here, I'm sure if they bring some equipment here now, I'm sure somebody there who has a screwdriver that would bring a plug, do something about it, blah, blah, blah. That does not make you an electrician. Right? When the serious work about electrical work comes, you will not try it. Because you know the consequences if you do the wrong thing, we'll just tell you good night. So, the camera is a tool. It's not different from a saw. It's not different from a screwdriver or a hammer. It's you who, out of what you've learned and what your perception of vision is now understanding how that camera works and how you use it to achieve what you have in your head. So a 1 million naira camera and a 250,000 naira camera are the same. The difference there is size. It has to do with size. If I'm driving a Volkswagen now to Port Harcourt and you're driving a Mercedes-Benz, in the days of toll gate, when you zoom past me, zoop, and you're paying at the toll gate, before they give you your change to continue, I am behind you. No good rules, sir. That's how it used to be. The only difference is in your Mercedes-Benz, you have a 1.6 or 1.8 or 2.8 liter. In my Volkswagen, I have a 1.3 or 900 liter, whatever. It does not mean your Mercedes runs on a tire, my Volkswagen runs on a tire. So I'll get to Port Harcourt in 9 hours. You will get to Port Harcourt in 6 hours. That's the difference. We're both driving cars. Yeah? So based on what you want and what you do, you buy the equipment that suits what you do. If you're a portrait studio-based photographer, right, you don't need, you don't need a zoom lens. You don't. You need an 85mm lens and a standard mil. Your megapixels for enlargement up to life size is nothing bigger than what you have right now. 60D is what, 28 megapixels? You don't need anything more than that. You're studio based. Right? But if you're an architectural photographer who is getting architectural work and doing, sorry, I have a cold. And you're doing architectural work and you're doing a progress report of when they're doing foundation of a building and follow it and everything, then you need wide-angle lenses. And you may need a shift lens. And hear my English. I'm a broadcaster by training. You may need a shift lens. Reason being that if you have a wide-angle lens and you point it at a tall building, you get what you call the converging vertical. The building will bend or it will go. But the shift lens is so expensive. So except you're getting a regular work in architectural photography, there's no need for you to invest in a shift lens. Even abroad, we don't buy them. We hire them when you get a job like that. Yeah? But now, it's easier because when you understand how your post-production app software works, which you call Photoshop. Photoshop is an app. You have it's a software. It's a darkroom technique. So there is what you call the free transform technique in Photoshop. So if you shoot a photograph and your building tilts, you go into the free transform and you bring it back to look straight as it should be, which your shift lens would have done for you from Jump Street at the time of taking. But the shift lens will cost you well over 2,000 pounds, converted that to Naira. Are you getting regular work in architectural photography and you want to now buy a shift lens? No, so no need. Shoot with your wide-angle lens, get the best of the wide-angle lens you can get, and understand how to correct your convergent verticals in your post-production stage, which is Photoshop, going to what you call free transform. When you go into free transform, you find out it has skew, this, that. Anybody knows about that here? Hello? Anybody knows about the free transform technique in the Photoshop software? So you use it to get what you want. So those are the things you need to take into consideration. The max you would need if you're into portrait session and events, wedding, it's maybe 135. 50, your 50 standard, your 85, which is a portrait lens, and a 135. That's the most you will need. Yeah? So to go and get yourself a 70 to 210, which is more of posing. You're posing by carrying it, not because you need it. You're putting yourself into an expense that you do not need to carry. That money is better used in something else. Do I make sense here? All right, then.
All right. I'm more or less a raw person, and looking through the last discussion, this, and especially in leasing. One key thing I usually tell each and every one, if you go through what we have learned within the last 30 minutes, 40 minutes, is for you to be able to understand your game. You are a photographer. What have you learned within the last 1, 2, 3 years? You must understand, like Don just said, if you are a studio photographer, understand your tool, your camera. Where am I going to get my material? Leasing companies around the corner now for each and every one of us. We are not supposed to now say, okay, I want to buy all the sophisticated cameras all around. I can be trustworthy and then be able to go to a leasing company and be able to say, I have a wedding next week. I need so and so material, so and so equipment. And you go in there. Probably those are issues that LASPPAN will be able to be a middleman for each and every one of us. Because one key thing that we are seeing in Nigeria is trust. The leasing company wants to be able to say, okay, this person I can trust, he will do what has been written in down. And those are issues. Now you have an assignment. You must look all around. And that's where studying comes into the whole play. You must be able to understand what equipment would be best for the program that I have or the project that I have. Don't go and say, okay, I must just carry all the lenses and then be going for an assignment. Some 2, 3 lenses that you carry might not be of use. So you must understand your game and then be able to say, this is what is good for me. And those are issues that you go with. So also, when we look at our life in this field of photography, we must learn new things. A lot of us, I remember some years ago, you see a photographer who has already put his lens at 4.5, and that's where he might even put sellotape there. This thing must not shift from here. If it shifts, I don't know how to do it. You must learn to be able to improve yourself. I remember some years ago, we were in Body Thomas, and Don came and told us a few things. Some people had, and they flew with it, and they were beneficiaries of this in life. So each and every one of us, we are here today for this conference. And it's for each and everyone to be able to say, this and this and this are things that I've learned. And I will fly with it because it's going to do me good. We have been talking about going to school, doing apprenticeship. Why some of us started, it was apprenticeship. Nowadays, we don't even have people to do apprenticeship. But you learn. If you go through the major things that we see on the side, the Lord Jesus, you go through the Bible, he had 12 people that were following him. They were apprenticed under him. They learned everything. They go through it. If you go through the school of art, you see there are painters that were following Michelangelo, and they were learning things. They were doing things as the master was doing. So, I don't know the name that they were calling it the other time. Mentorship. Mentorship. There's nothing in there. You go and learn under a master. You look at medicine. You look at medicine in the whole world. Everybody goes through housemanship. When you go through the medical school, you do housemanship. You learn under a master. There are so many things. A lot of our colleagues were telling us that, okay, that sometimes that you do not pay. But you pay in other currencies. It might be that you have to do several work, you have to wash clothes, you have to do, it's still in some field in the world. Go through architecture. You do all those things. You learn under a master. It's for each person, if you have not gone to school, you learn under a master, you do things the way he does it. Mentorship is just a small fractional thing on the side. So let everybody begin to look at that. You might be able to say, okay, you are mentoring Don. Probably you want to see how he speaks, how he walks, how he dresses. Might just be those. But for photography, learn under a master. Know how he does things. Know how he even does accounting. I know a lot of us have not even been going to that. I remember probably about 6-7 years ago, Don told us there are so many people who have not done accounting into their trade. They just say, okay, let me just give you this cost. But have that one been able to be an overhead cost for you in your field? So you begin to now see leasing coming into the whole thing.
That's what you're going to make extra to pay for your equipment. It's very important. I wish I could find that, but I'll see how I can get about it. There's something called Aspire Training. Maybe I'll send it to you. You send it to everybody on LASPPAN. Aspire Training. They do accounting in photography. They do insurance in photography and all that. Because when you draw up, you should, as you're self-employed, you're under LASPPAN. Lagos State and the rest of it were here today. The moment you approach Lagos State and your name goes into Lagos State, you know you're going to have to pay them tax. Are you aware? You've invited Lagos State people here today. The moment you go to them for anything and they have your name, you must pay tax. Right? So if you're not keeping your records of how to now do things to do with taxation, which you say, I don't understand that, you don't. It's not for you to know. It's not for you to understand it, but it's for you to understand that the government says something about VAT. So are you in the business of what you do? Does it require VAT? So if it does, register for it. It's not your money. The moment you get it, pay it. If not, register for TIN, TIN, right? So you know that every time you do something, you know you remove 5%. Whatever you do, you calculate 5% of whatever you've done and just pay it to the government. And you get a receipt for TIN. That's your, what is it called yet? So you know one way or the other, you're paying. But the moment you have to do anything with leasing, with those people who came here and said something about Ministry of Culture and whatever, the moment you have to associate with them, they will get to recognize and know you. And the moment they get to know you, you must give them their share. Government not tax. Yeah? You must pay tax. So this is why I remember the gentleman who said a few years ago, I told him about how to charge for whatever, and he now worked on it. if you keep having an attitude in your neighborhood and in our neighborhood that if I don't do this, I will not eat, if those people too don't use you, they will not have records. They need you. But it's you who is afraid to ask for your value. The reason you're not getting your value is because you're not studying. I don't think any one of us will go and lease an equipment right now between, let's say, the most rudimentary equipment you can get right now is about $250 or $189,000 if you want to buy second hand. If you're buying new, $250, and that's just camera body. That's not inclusive of flash. I notice a whole lot of people are using this Godox, very rudimentary Godox flash, not the one that is dedicated to your equipment. If you're using a dedicated Godox to a Canon, it's $89,000, which you can control from a remote, whatever. But there's one for $19,000 or $20,000 or $20,000 or thereabout, or $23,000, right? But that has a remote control as well. But even that, you need a soft box. Not so? You want to use that? Yeah, you need a soft box. The soft box is what? Depending on the size, is $30,000. You need a stand, right? How much is the minimum of a stand like this? What's the minimum cost? $15,000, $20,000, $18,000? So $18,000. Rudimentary flash, $20,000. Softbox, $30,000. Flash, camera, and everything. You're now talking $300,000 or so on equipment alone. Because if you just say you're going for leasing and you go and get camera without flash, you won't earn the money to pay it back. So you already put yourself in debt. So if you're going to get lease, get the list of what is required for you to work every day. Flash, light stand, softbox, so that you can comparatively work. And your work would look and command. Something happened a few years ago when we were doing annual reports. Crystal Bank, which is now UBA. This is a Lumelu guy. When I went, when I went in and I set up to take the photographs of the directors, one of the confounded illiterates walked in and said something, and I told him off straight away. Which one this man don't come, put all this kind of umbrella here and everything is to come and come out. I just said, keep quiet. I said, keep quiet. If you do not understand what I do, ask me why have I got brawlers in my life and everything. I said, don't come here and talk nonsense. Because he's a director of a bank, he thought he could browbeat me. I put him down straight away. And his company secretary at the time is a guy called Magnus Onyebe, who I had worked with in the NTA previously. So Magnus turned around and told him, I said, keep quiet. He was my senior in NTA. So you don't come and talk nonsense. If you do not understand how my profession, don't walk in as I'm doing razzmatazz to make more money. After all, a co-hotel sells a beer for 2,500. The same beer you're buying it for 500 naira. So don't come here and talk like that. So I corrected him. I just said, keep quiet. Don't talk like that. Ask, what does it do? Why are you putting brawlies? Why are you putting this whatever over your lights? You would understand why, because you're using it to diffuse your light and you won't get hot spots, and your light is going to be, look uniform and everything. That's why it's a diffuser. The word diffuser has a reason for it. But because he's wearing a suit and a tie and he walks in the bank and they call him a director, he was so confoundedly an idiot. And he could talk while I'm talking, so I told him to keep quiet. You don't talk when I'm talking. I went to school. I'm not an accountant. Right? So now you have a privilege and opportunity to get a lease. Don't just think about your camera. The rudimentary equipment that you need to start with, a stand, the rudimentary, you can go up, move up. When you make money, you can get a bigger flash, but you can start from somewhere. The 20,000 naira flash, which has a remote control, works. It's how you use it. It's how you control it. Right? So put your list, your budget, and know that when you've got this now for 300 or 400,000 or what it will come to, plus your laptop, That's over 500,000 already. How do you intend to make that? Every month, you should be able to say to yourself, I must have 15 people come through my door, or I must go to do 15 jobs outside at X amount. So if 15 people in 1 month or 10 people walk through your door, and you know, okay, fine, these 15 people, I must make an attempt to make 10,000 out of each of them. Right? I have tried to do this for LASPPAN, but LASPPAN is not biting. There's what you call a sit-in fee as a photographer. Are you aware of that? Are you aware of that? What you call a sit-in fee? Sit-in fee. Somebody who sits in front of your camera, that's what you call the sit-in fee. So you package your work in a way that you're not selling photographs, you're selling your knowledge. But you tend to want to sell 5x7 for 200 naira. No, that's not how it works. You should sell a package. If you go to, Chicken Republic, they know things are hard, and they have rearranged their whatever. They tell you one Coke, a piece of chicken, and rice, call it combo or one thing, or combo or whatever, and they give you the name and they give you 500 naira or 750, right? Or they tell you 2 pieces of chicken, so with 1 bottle of water, whatever, for 750. But these are people who, before you walk into Chicken Republic, you're not spending 1,200 or whatever, you're not getting no meal out of them. But things have changed. So you've got to work in a way that you do not sell 5x7s. Sell a package. People walk through your door into your studio, you have a package. Give it a name, deluxe, or give it bronze, silver, and gold. Come up with an idea or something. So bronze is 2 5x7, 1 6x8, and 1 10x8, right? As a package, it's 2,500, right? 4 5x7, 2 8x10, 3 passport, 4 passport, 1 10x8 is 5,000, right? Something else, 10,000. Every time somebody sits in front of your camera, what should be at the back of your mind is that you want to make 10,000 out of that person, right? Thereafter, if your photographs are good, the person will want an enlargement. So your enlargement starts from, what do you call it? 16, 20, 12, 16, no. 12, 16 is not an enlargement. Don't go there. Go to 16x20, mounted on board, or printed on canvas. Stretched, and so. Now, where you've done, at least anytime anybody sits in front of your camera, get 5,000 out of the person. If the person moves any further, you're getting 10,000. If you ask for an enlargement, you're getting 50,000. Because the moment you have a 16x20, framed, mounted, and everything, if you sell a 16x20 for less than 46,000, you're lost. You're lost. Hello? Get it right. Go work it out yourself. I know a whole lot of you people studied accountancy. I am strictly a photographer. If you give me a computer and say, write dear sir, I will be using one hand, there, looking for DEA. But the moment you put Photoshop in front of me, I can process 100 photographs in 12 hours. If I sit in front of my computer at 10 o'clock, by 4 o'clock in the morning, I work at night. Because once you slam a door, my phone rings or whatever, it distracts what I'm doing. But the moment I shut down about 9, 10 o'clock till 4 o'clock in the morning, I can process 100 photographs, blink. Independently. But that same computer, for me to write an application, dear sir, I know Sabiam. So use it for what you know, what it can do for you. I am not what you call that thing, What you can hear? Desktop. I don't sabi am. I don't sabi desktop, but I use the same computer. It has what you call it. What? The moment you ask me to send you email or send you quote, I go to the business center. They write down for me. I put them on top flash. I come back. I send them to you. I don't know it. But what I can do with a computer and a Photoshop, forget it. I don't think there are 10 people in this country that can beat me.
All right. One key thing.
Sorry, sir. We are going to use this opportunity. We are going to call our Don. We are going to organize a master class. It's not going to be free. So it's not going to be free. We are going to organize a master class. We are going to invite him so that he can teach us more of this business of what? Photography. So this business of photography is teaching us not how to take pictures, but how to run your business as a photographer. So that your equipment, when they'll give you equipment, you will feel payback. You understand me now? So now I would like Oga to help us with the Yabatech School of Photography. Tell us more a little bit about that, sir.
We are just behind the corner there, and I want to be able to see as many people that would like to be a part of it. We run ND and HND photography, and we are there in Yaba College of Technology, and we are there to be able to help and assist each and every one, anybody that wants to learn photography. And Uncle Dan has been talking about photography. It's for you to be able to master your work. Photography is not something that you do on the side. You put all your mind into photography, and that's what can make you to be a man in photography. Learn all the area. Don was just trying to tell us about Photoshop. How much of Photoshop do you know? How much of your camera do you know? How much of your work do you know? I remember some years ago, we were also being tutored and then be able to say, you want to take a wedding picture. What are the things, salient things? I remember when we were still running film. The person I learned under will give you a roll of film, and they want to see the whole wedding. Your brain comes to work. Not nowadays when digital has come and you can take 1,000 pictures and now begin to sit down at home and then begin to look at which one is good, which one is not good. Your brain must come to work when you are in photography, not just something that you say, okay, this is how it is done. And have you done it? Because I used to tell a lot of people, I have an ABC in photography. A, knowing what to do. B, knowing how to do it. C, doing it. This should be in your mind. And those are key things that will go take people through in photography. So if you are free, but one key thing for now is that we're taking people through JAM, because we know after some time, some people might want to go and do NYC, at least for the younger people, even for the older people. But those are the key things. We want to be able to streamline and get things done properly. While the former talk was going on, they were telling us, for LASPPAN, we want to be able to have certification. We have to go through the normal thing and then be able to look at courses that are embodied into photography for each person that you must learn for you to be a rounded person. In life,